I don't know if we're live or not, but I think we might be. We'll just turn it on. Oh, and are we on? Save. We are on, babe. We are on. Okay. Sorry about that this morning. I've got so what's going on, baby? Sorry for the no intro this morning. Hold on, give me one quick second here. All right, so I've got no book map this morning, and so what I did was I wanted to. The plan was to make the jump. I guess I have to do this before Monday with Thinkorswim, and so I started the process. Well, I didn't actually physically do it myself. I asked a producer to get me going with TD. Set me up with another, like a second account with TD Ameritrade, and to run it yesterday so that it would be a smooth transition. When I did that, I came into my office this morning to log into my old TD Ameritrade account, and making the jump to Schwab. They must have downloaded a new desktop version. So my old version of the TD Ameritrade account, Thinkorswim, Schwab, fucking whatever it is called these days, is gone, right? So none of my layouts are there, none of that stuff. And when I tried to log in with my old credentials, I couldn't. I've got multiple accounts, so I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't know what the fuck is going on. So, I don't know what's happening. I talked to customer service. They said Monday everything should be fine. So there's no book map this morning, guaranteed. I've had this happen before with. I've lost layouts for volume and market profile. I don't know if it was me that did it. Maybe I didn't save the layout properly, or I saved it and it didn't take, or they updated and I lost layouts. Have any of you ever lost layouts on Thinkorswim or TD Ameritrade? Anyways, okay, so I'm having issues with TD Ameritrade, Thinkorswim, Schwab, whatever the fuck it's called. You know, another thing about them too is I don't know if you know this, but if any of you trade at all on Thinkorswim, they have some really bananas shit going on. I'll have to check again, but if you get taken away on a trade, selling options, they have some crazy ass fees now that they didn't have before. No, I can't confirm that at this point. I'm going to try to get more information over the weekend. But the new terms of service for Schwab allegedly has some really fucked up fees. That does not make it. Does not make it. You'll get fucked. It can be very dangerous and very costly. So I'll try to learn more as the weekend goes on and get more information. What do you guys recommend? What do you guys recommend? Do you think that hey David, are you there? Do you think it's better to just make the jump to IB? Yeah, dude. I just had that conversation with a buddy of mine, bro. Who said that? Who said that? DTM. I just had a buddy. We were talking about. He was like, "Should I go to Tasty?" And I'll be honest, I fucking hate Tasty now too. Like, I'm done with Tasty. I keep saying I'm going to close my Tasty account, and I haven't. But I want to. Think or swim, Schwab. This is bullshit with Schwab. I don't know. What's nice, David? Yeah, we were talking about IB. Yeah, we're talking about making the jump to IB. I might just do that. I might reach out to IBKR, brother. I think I'm done with this bullshit. And the thing that I got into a big fight with the guys over at Tasty on Twitter too. They were trying to tell me that they weren't. They were telling me they weren't fucking. They told me they weren't fucking with the order flow, and I disagree with that. Their order flow has become trash. And they're like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." I don't, they called me out on Twitter, and I was like, you know what? Why the fuck am I gonna argue about this with these people? I'm on that fucking option chain all day long. These fucking guys, I don't want to hear this shit. So, I think I'm fucking done with it. I'm done with all the garbage with this shit. I'm pissy about it this morning. I'm pissy about I'm pissy about the jump. I just literally did this yesterday, and my main reason for doing this early was because I didn't want to have any problems. I'm having problems this morning, and I'm just like, man. Okay, so we got to talk really quick. A few things to chat about. Let's get up to speed because we're rolling down into the hourly trigger right now. There's a few comments to be made here, okay? This is your 1 hour chart from last night's brief. Your hourly velocity on 30 minutes is weak. So, there's 2 points to be made here. Number one, it's Friday. Friday is one of those days, right? You come in, you either make the high overnight, you make the high early morning, or the low, and then you leave the scraps for chasers, right? For the chubby chasers on Fridays. Very classic move, right? Now, it could bounce off the hourly trigger here. If it does, do not take a trade unless you get above the 1 in 5 minute trigger with a bull plane cross on it. Don't fuck around on it. They'll trap you in there and you will get fucked, guaranteed. Because it's Friday. Don't mess around on Fridays unless you get a guaranteed jump. And I'll show you what that looks like. Some of you are new to the show or have been new. I'll show you what that trade looks like. This is actually a good example or time to look at those trades. And you can see right now we're coming right down into this hourly trigger. Blasted right through the half-hour trigger. That should be another sign to you. Let me show you something else. If you've got the triggers at home, right, you can see that this half-hour trigger is weak, right? Now, this hourly trigger is weak. Did the half-hour trigger hold? Right? No, because we're on the downside of velocity, right? We're on the downside of velocity, downward slope. We blasted right through the half-hour trigger. So that should imply to you that at least to start, that hourly trigger might not hold, right? If the half-hour trigger is not holding, it's on the same path as the hourly trigger. You can see right here, this is a 1 minute chart right now, right? You're not going to trust this hourly trigger. Just don't trust it, okay? Now, how do you trust this hourly trigger? You're gonna wait to see if prices. You want to see this? Hold on a second here. You want to see this? This might be a good, David. You know, it might be a good opportunity for, man. Hey man, I'm gonna reach out to you today on DM, David. To maybe talk about reaching back out to Bookmap or even IBKR. Maybe we switch the show's format and highlight one of those two companies. I'm down for that, bro. I'm definitely down for that. So, anyways, you want to on a day like Friday, you want to see a bull plane here, and don't even bother trying to time this shit. You want to see that price action get up there and kind of at least make one new high right here, and then you can take that trade right there. Don't be messing with it because what they'll do is going to trap you in. there's a high probability right now that what'll happen is you'll catch the bounce, they'll sell you back down, you'll break there, then you'll bust through, and then you're all fucked up into the close on Friday, giving away all your wins. I did that yesterday, right? Yesterday we're testing the 5-minute trigger the whole way up. Rare occurrences, right? Then they grounded all the way up into the close yesterday. So don't give away your money. Don't be giving away anything to these fucking dealers today. So hourly trigger here. Don't trust it at this moment. We'll see what happens here. If there's a turnaround for you to jump in on a trade. There's a couple other things we have to look at today into the weekend and then into next week. We're going to prime ourselves for what to expect next week. And one other thing to note, which is the 9-day VIX is getting quite low. We're going to take a look at it right now. So let's do a full screenshot of the VIX. Excuse me. So this is the VIX 9-day, okay? It's one of my now. I used to like the SPX divided by VIX, kind of similar to this. But let's take a look at where VIX is right now. This is a 4-hour chart on VIX, right? Sorry, I'm gonna get my thing together here. This is a 4-hour chart on VIX here. Okay, this is going all the way back, Okay, you see that green box right here? It's kind of like an extreme low, right? Very low readings, right? VIX reading, you guys remember when VIXpiration was? Or not VIXpiration, Volmageddon? Some of you do, some of you don't. And it's pretty nasty when it happens, right? Show you how high that shit goes. Woo, doggy. That shit gets up there, baby. Gets up there, okay? That's a high read of 70 right there. That's a high read of 81 right there. You see it? 81. 69, baby. This is 2020. $111, right? But the key point there is when you start testing these extremes down here, you got to be careful, right? You got to be careful down here. These mark major tops in the stonk market, right? So you don't ever like to see us get that low. And let's take a peek over here and see where we are. So we're getting a little close, aren't we? If you're a bull, you don't want to be trading down here. Not that you don't. You can. We will actually likely, but the point being is that if we trade that, the lower we go, just like stretching, selling the market, the nastier the result is, right? Whoop. Start trading 40s, 50s, 60s, crazy shit like that. So it's better for a bull it really is better for a bull for, kind of action like this, right? Kind of action like that, maybe a few spikes, that kind of stuff. You don't ever want to see the VIX just rip down here because market's gonna rip higher, and that the fallout is gonna be fucking. Usually it's like a crash. It's not even down; it's the crash. It literally is like a crash, like a flash crash of some kind. So I don't think we're there yet, and I'm not too afraid of it at the moment. Not too afraid of it at the moment. Looks like it's catching a bid down here, but just think about that, right? If we're going to catch a bid here in the VIX for next week, and then it comes back down, something like that, maybe it gets back up there. That's a lot better, healthier. That's all healthy market shit right there, right? All nice, healthy market shit. But, there's something else lining up here, too. That's not necessarily cause for concern, but questions, like big question marks. Right? Today's Friday. right? We got some question marks here. If you're thinking we're going to rip face off into Friday, excuse me, you're also saying that VIX is going to blast down possibly. So if we do blast up today into the close, we might roll Monday. It's my point. They could start selling Monday right off the bat. Okay. So we'll pay attention to the close today. That's more like a penis, not like a bat. It's supposed to be a bat. But anyways, the reason I'm saying that too is because let's take a look really quick at a few other things. First one we're going to look at is HYG. And HYG looks kind of innocuous, right? This is a 1-minute chart, doesn't mean so much. This is why I'm bringing up that Volmageddon kind of a trade. Is if you were to look at if you look at HYG here, right? Let's take a peek at HYG. Let's look at this on a daily basis. There we go. Let's move this over. Let's just get rid of these. We'll bring them back up again later. And get rid of that. And then I'm going to bring up a, get rid of this trigger. And then I'll bring up the triggers with channels. Whoop. And I want to show you these. I want to show you this right here for a minute here. Yeah, that's what I want to show you right here. Let me see if I got this. Do I have this right? Hold on here. Yeah, why did I do the day? I did the day because of this right here. So, first things, let's look at this. This is kind of cool to see here, right? We talk about the market just getting going. Last night I put out a brief last night that discussed, well, last week I discussed with you workforce participation rates. And I told you that we're at the lowest. We're at the lowest workforce participation rate since literally, this is the lowest of all time. Going back to 1950, we've had lower and lower participation rates, and when we dipped in 2020, we never recovered that workforce participation rate. Literally didn't recover it. So let's say this is the lowest workforce participation rate in history, right? If we're going down and down and down, right? Whoop. We're like right here in workforce participation. This would be 1950 up here. This was 2020. And as we came back up here, we were coming into the last FOMC, and people are saying, oh, we need more rate hikes. And I'm like, we don't need more rate hikes. We need to let this economy run hot so that we get better workforce participation to put us back in line with at least 2020. Right? And I'm saying that and overlaying this because this is where the 2020 crash was, right? And why am I pointing towards this? So when you look at HYG for trend, HYG could come up. Look at HYG. HYG could go right back up there, 80, 90 bucks. Get right back in line with prior growth. See that? I also posted last night about the claims numbers, and I showed you guys what Wolf Richter had said about the claims numbers, and that the claims numbers were very similar. Claims numbers where if I'll bring up the post from last night for you to read, but the claims numbers are saying the same thing, that the new claims, continuing claims, all that kind of stuff is fine. It's not indicative of a recession. We're actually far away from a recession. And let me bring that up for you for a moment, but I want to show you this here and why I wanted to talk to you about this specifically. I want to show you, I don't know if you can see this on your charts at home here, but there's a trend here. And there's a trend right here. Can you see it? There's a line there. I drew them in. And snap another one down here. That's the low. Here's the super trend back from October. We just climbed and ripped, right? Woo! They made this giant jump above, went back down right, and just rode the daily trigger. Came back up here, got told hell no, right? Bam, went back down, corrected, made our way back up, and we got ourselves a cup and handle, don't we? Whoop! Little old school cup and handle on 2 year. Which, of course, wants to complete doing some crazy shit like that, right? And when you scale out, you think to yourself, oh, that's bad, Cap. They're going to roll that shit down over here, right? We're going to party over there. But the key point here is you look back a little bit, it's not such a big deal, is it? We're not on that same exact trajectory way up here, are we? Not yet, huh? And there's probably some 2 year bond traders that are looking at this going, oh man, I bet we could break above this, make that support, and start climbing this shit. You know, what does that mean for the market? Market would go bananas, go crazy, wouldn't it? Some nonsense like that would be insano, wouldn't it? Whoop. Wouldn't be that straight up, but you get my point, right? This is an out-of-control melt-up situation into the end of the year is my point. Here's 2025, January. Let's look at where that goes. I mean, there's an intersection right there, isn't it? Isn't that kind of odd? Climbing up here, boom. Right? You've ever seen something like that before? That's when you're topping a market in a major way, right? And then boom, the big drop. That translates to some big money in the market. Big money in the market. Now, I'm not saying we're going to go there. I'm just telling you that, you know, you look at that over there, and you look at that over there, and you look at the track going up there, and you're like, oh, there could be a mad dash into end of year. I'm sure there's bond traders watching this going, yeah, it's possible. Anything is possible late bull market, right? Lunatic fringe up there. Just look at it right there. Woof. Woof. Right? You want to see it? Wham. 2020. Monster moves. 2020 recovery. Well, that's some monster shit right there. We don't have a lot of room to go, do we? Look at that. We're like right here. So maybe 2021, just ripping faces. So if you don't think it can happen, it surely can. It is possible. So keep this on your radar keep that on your radar as to what can take place. What potential do we have for a ludicrous move in the market into end of year. The other thing I'm going to bring up to you here is this. Hold on here. Give me one quick second here. I mean, look at that shit. That's terrible. That's some gnarly ass shit. And to boot, you know, there's that thing right there. It's kind of concerning. But we could go up to 125 on the weekly, and we haven't gone up at all here in the monthly. Haven't gone up at all. The monthly is no monthly decline. There's no monthly accumulation. There's none of that. So the monthly hasn't even accumulated yet. Quarterly has, but not the monthly. Now we're going to look really quickly here. Last night's post, recession. I was on a phone call. I fucking got pissed off yesterday, right? 2 days in a row, I'm picking the direction right. I was actually long calls yesterday in the opening fucking bell. And actually at the close yesterday, I was long 420 Cs. Well, we're not going to talk about it today, but the reason the title of this post last night was because when I got off the stream yesterday, a friend called me and he brought up recession. And when he brought up recession to me, he said, "Hey, everybody's saying that we're already in a recession, Captain." He brought up recessions, and he was like, "Hey, Cap, do you think we're in the early stages of a recession? Do you think that we're in it and they're just not telling us?" And so that was the conversation on the phone that I had with somebody. So I said, Marsha, right? The old school Investor Palace. I know, that's what I said. I said there's no reset. Well, I said, it's possible. It's possible, but let's take a look at the facts, right? And I want to bring up what Wolf Richter said. This is important here, and we're going to talk about it real quick. So the initial claims that came in, initial unemployment claims are way down here, this blue line right here. And you can see where most recessions start higher. And you might be thinking to yourself, maybe somebody make this larger. How do I make this larger here? Yeah, right there, just like that. So you might be thinking to yourself, well, Cap, initial claims are right here. It makes it a little bit smaller and may make this black. Yeah, there we go. Big black. So you might be thinking, hey, Cap, you know, the recession started over here, though, in 1974. This is 1974, by the way. I think Jaime Dimon even said something about that. Jaime was like, I think it's like the 1970s, right? He's talking about this right here. But what you don't see is you don't see this violence here, do you? We had the violence in 2022, didn't we? We didn't have it in 2023, and we don't have it right now. You guys have heard me on stream tell you over and over and over that as long as we get like tick up, tick down, tick up, tick down, tick up, tick down, we're pretty good. We just don't want to see velocity, any kind of velocity. And you can see here in 1974, you had velocity to the upside, right? Velocity to the upside, velocity to the upside, velocity in the upside, velocity in the upside, velocity in the upside. So number one, we are lower. Number two, no velo. No velo. Right? And claims are an early indicator of recessions, right? They're part of that employment, unemployment, jobs, raw data that predicts in advance recessions. Now, here's the next one for you. Continued unemployment claims. You can actually see this is where the recession actually begins, right here. This black line right there, okay? And so even when you enter a recession with velocity, right? With velocity, with velocity, with velocity, with velocity, with velocity. These are continuing claims, right? With velocity, we're kind of close here on initial claims, aren't we? Kind of close here. It's kind of almost comparable, but there's something different, isn't there? This is the sideways trade, right, that I tell you about. Until you see a ramp or a velocity, no recession. Another note about recessions, too, is when you enter a recession, you normally do not see the effects on the market at the beginning of a recession. So if you're thinking that we're a quarter or two in a recession, we probably are not. And even if we were to enter it in Q4, you're not likely going to see the effects of it for another couple, 2, 3, 5 months. So right now, that leaves us 5, 6 months before we even begin a recession. This last chart right here shows, he calls it the frying pan method, or frying pan pattern. That's not what I call it, do I? I just say you're looking for no velocity to the upside, right? A little bit of velocity here, right? Whoop, velocity to the downside, velocity to the upside. Never good, is it? Never good. But now what are you seeing? Up, down, 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 up, down. Do you know another period of time where you've seen stuff like that? Do you? There's another period in time where you see actions like this sideways trade in data. 1990s, 1995 to 2000. The data literally traded sideways. All the data, all the unemployment, all the inflation, it actually began to go down a little bit. We actually went negative in some of the data that came out in the 90s. And as long as we have that sideways, no velocity in data, the market should be okay. The rest of the bull case here, after the initial claims pump, Fed futures fund rates didn't move, right? 30-year auction came out, graded an A, said it was great. They showed up a little bit extra. They were a little bit flat and under a couple other metrics, but yields plummeted. The reaction was slow. The market slowly grinded higher. No velocity, no volatility to help with whipsaw of price. There's another problem, too. We're above 5,200, which is good. But one of the negatives was it was more of a broad-based rally. The rally did not have the help of big tech or Momo stocks. There was some decent Momo spec growth, small cap stuff that has more to do with potential cuts than it does with the big Momo stocks that run, i.e. Teslas, stonks like that have large market cap, leading to no premium and constant back checks of the 5-minute trigger. We also noted on the stream yesterday that we had that huge drop in yields, and it did not help bulls at all. You need the soup. Soup needs a bunch of other shit in it for the market to react in a more bullish, positive way. There are some key points here heading into the weekend. You need to defend 5,200. We're going to talk about that here in a moment. We're going to get to the gamma profile here in just a moment. CTAs are starting to enter the market. We'll look at that this morning as well. CTAs, this is where you actually get the Momo trend, where you'll only be backtesting the 1 minute trigger. Vol Control Gang is back on again too, so they're going to stop volatility at this point, at least for a little bit of this trade. You're going to expect Vol Control to step in. Whoop. Can I do this? Hold on. I can't do it. I can't draw on this. All right, whatever. Fuck you. I can't draw on this. But you can at least see here, right? You might catch this trade at least for a little while, at least up to right about here. You might get some vol control stepping in. Then you got corporate America doing the buyback spending spree. You got what else? Hedge funds saying that they're longing which ones, which tickers. We already talked about what was coming into season. If you're a pro trader, you've been updated on those tickers now for the past month, since mid-April. I think where to buy the dip, which sectors. Bears, like for the Bulls, this morning's open has, for the moment, closed the door on any major downside. On a prior note, the Bears had one more chance on yesterday's open to send this market to the depths of hell, and that door shut down for the Bears for the moment, didn't it? Right on the open, we could tell by 10:30, 11:30 a.m. Not even that time. We actually could tell when claims came out that the doom and gloom trade for them was not there. Then you had Fed speakers come out. They shut down any volatility. Then you had a good bond auction. So, boom, 3 catalysts, close the doors on the Bears. Now, there's a few things for Bears to be looking for. Rejection of all-time highs. We're going to talk about that in just a few moments. I'll be watching for repricing of the VIX, as the VIX 9-day says something unknown to the market. Market lingers. The next expected real volatility is next week into PPI and, more importantly, CPI prints. And then I joked around because yesterday we talked about the solar flares. Maybe it would shut down the United States. I think Gamma Labs made the same fucking joke last night or something about the solar flares. It was on a news feed yesterday. Nor can I win them all, right? Even picking the right direction doesn't mean you're going to win your trades. That was one last note for the Bears. So we're switching the last note in these market briefs for the Bears at this point, moving away from the Bulls, right, and to the Bears. So let's talk really quick about this rejection of all-time highs and what typically happens. So we're going to go over to the trigger screen here. Whoop. We're going to take a peek at a 30-minute basis. We can see all-time highs up here, right? 525, 95, 94. You guys know what happens here, right? The usual suspects come out, right? Traditional charting and all that kind of crap. What are they going to tell you? Every time you come up here and test a new high, what usually happens up here? You get a rejection, don't you? Even if you squeeze up and get a new high, you get the rejection. It's all too common. All-time highs, making all-time highs after a pullback or a correction is not an easy process. I'll just say that to you. It's not an easy process. It's not typical for you to break above and just start running. It's not atypical. Normally, they're sitting up here and they're going to get you at least once. So if you're sitting on a 1-minute time frame, it may look like, oh, no, it's doom and gloom cap, doom and gloom up here. You should be expecting a few things. We're going to talk about those right now, okay? So whenever you come into these whenever you come into these peaks here, you see that peak right there? See that peak right there? See that peak right there? Whenever price is coming up here, you're looking for two or three things. Two or three things. Is price automatically rejecting? Does it fail within that little box? Does it break above the little box? Three important indicators. If we break above the little box, you know we're coming right back, right? Whoop. Coming right back. You also know that's the first approach on one of these boxes. It's not, it's like a 60% of the time you don't even get it. You just go right back down. Right? Next approach of it, you usually try to get up in there, right? Then next approach, you finally break up there. That's bullish momentum going to the upside, right? Especially if you don't get a new low, right? It's not usual to immediately break above. If you see that, you're like, oh shit, we're really bulled up. We're going to the next one. A whole bunch of market behavior that you're looking for. So, where are the big sellers? They're up here, big sellers, right? Big gym bros are up there. Weak gym bros are down here. These are like your 18 to 21-year-old kids working out. They forget to work out their legs. They make really big lats. They got, I don't know, weird looking bodies and shit. Maybe they start working on their legs in here, but they're still kind of skinny. Their calves are still small. By the time they're an old man, they look disgusting. They're all hairy and shit. They've taken a bunch of drugs and stuff. They look like, I don't know. They look like a fucking gross. Look like the Hulk or something. So what do we see over here for behaviors so far, right? Let's see what we see for behaviors here. Push us up and in the day, looking for acceptance. Can't do it in cash market, do it in after hours, right? Hit them again on the open down here to see, hey, what's going on up there? How y'all doing? Next stop for bulls is what? Trade this bad boy here. Now we're so close to this all-time high, I'm going to expect them to get really aggressive. If you think this is aggressive selling here, you ain't seen shit yet. You come up here, they're going to fucking hammer it. Hammer it. These are the old guys, and they're going to want to send you down to the depths of hell. Depths of hell. You're not going to break above this. I promise you, you're not breaking above this all-time high without what? The daily trigger. You need this trigger here. Get rid of that. You need this trigger here to come up here with the hourly trigger. This is momentum, market momentum. You need market momentum to help price. So price rolls down, right? You get the hourly trigger helping you. Let me go back here. Price comes down, right? Hourly trigger comes down here. Whoop. And this is truly your only hope to break above it. You need that Momo. And where does that Momo come from? That Momo comes from corpos, right? Corporates, corpos, corporates. Comes from CTAs, trend followers. What else does it come from? Comes from hedge funds not being short, right? Hedge funds long-short ratio being on the upside, coming up. Takes retail FOMO. Takes all that stuff, right? All that becomes your Momo that gets you going in here to the upside. Now your initial reaction up here is going to be what? Oh, fuck yeah, Cap. We're going fucking moonshot. We're up there right now, Cap. It's going to be awesome sauce. They're going to trap you all in here. They're going to send it lower and force you to rebuy to actually get above. So if you're a bull, you are looking for that pullback. You are looking to time that pullback over here so that you can jump on board the crazy train to get up and slam above. Make sense? Now, if you're a bear, if you're a seller, you should already know that they're going to step in up here to sell. You can take that trade to the downside. Don't get all crazy and say this is going to break and we're going back down here. Your trade is there to there. You only take the downside crash, not crash, but corrective trade only. Get all bared up and crazy. Well, Cap, VIX 9-day is crazy, man. It's ready to go, bro. We're going to have correction again. You need to get the break underneath, the new low, and you need to get the hourly trigger to swing down over. And you can get crazy down here and take the second part of that trade. Trade 1, trade 2. Not go on social media and say we're getting a market crash. Yeah, we're getting a pullback. We'll see later on if this develops. It doesn't look like it's going to develop. I'll be honest, Bears. It does not look like it's going to develop. It looks like here from at least from HYG and Dixie, looks like we're going that way. So be conscious of this for the future. If you're a bull looking for a dip to buy, expect these sellers to come in into next week and be looking for your dip to buy somewhere down here on this support here. Could we dip lower? Yes. Let's say we come into next week or this weekend, some event happens and they plunge us down here. That's not necessarily corrective action either. If price slingshots back up, that is not sell. That's not crash. You need you need this here. Up, rejection, new low, pullback on it right there, bam, to the downside. You need to have the rejection. Not good enough to swing down, come back up here, and you're going to start claiming that's going to roll. That's a very small percentage chance, like a 35% chance, 15% chance. You want the rejection and new low. Woo. All right. So I think you're caught up for next week. Velocity is looking kind of weak right now, isn't it? Not good here for the bulls, but Velo on the daily looks really good, doesn't it? So your velocity comes back down over here on an hourly basis. Your daily looks like it wants to start coming to the upside. So you're going to be expecting a pullback into next week at some point that you can grab to follow this daily velocity back up to the upside. You're looking for stuff like that right there on this hourly velocity. See that right there? Wham down, back up, wham down, back up. Make sense? You want to look at that for a minute? See that daily velocity, or excuse me, hourly velocity comes down. That's your pullback on your hourly velocity. Daily velocity is heading higher. That pullback gets bought. We continue up. Not here yet, is it? Waiting for this daily velocity to catch up here, aren't we? This daily velocity should build momentum on Velo. So when we get here, whoop, you'll see that daily velocity be building in a positive way. It should be like plus 15, plus 10 as this daily trigger rises to meet up with whatever happens next week. Whatever weakness comes into play next week, Make sense? Anyone, any questions on this so far? Any questions out there about this at this point? Exactly. You're looking next week for a dip to buy on volatility, Sunday scaries. I don't know. Some kind of stupid shit comes out over the weekend and the next week we don't know about. This is good? Okay. So you're getting the gist at least at this point, right? Of what to expect. Very important that we hold this right here. Very important. There's a couple other ones down here. There's one down here. Whoop. Right down there. We'll leave that one there. Keep your eyeballs on that one. You got a fucking bear hit and run parade and all that kind of shit. Fucking bears, man. Fucking bears. All right. There's another one down in here, too. There's a couple more. Or at least on a 1 minute basis for today. One right there. A couple more down here. I think I smelled something burning in my house. Hold on a second here. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I smell something burning. I don't know if it's my oldest child or what. Give me one quick second here. Give me 1 quick second. Be right back. All right, I got someone looking into it for me. Well, you know what the other crazy thing is, I live in Michigan, and they were saying that I could lose the internet today. We got a warning here. We're like right in the path of the solar flare. We're one of those states where we're kind of in the like Canada could lose internet, and like northern parts of North America could lose internet. They said the worst of it's going to come through starting at 12 p.m. So I'm going to warn you of that too. If the internet does go down, they said in 2005. They said no. I'm not hoping. Fuck no. They said in 2005, the last time we had one this bad, where it was concentrated, I think it was Sweden. I think it was Sweden. They lost power and internet and shit. They lost transformers. Transformers are kind of crazy. Big transformers, they take a while to put back in. New ones, they don't have a ton of them. They manufacture them really slowly. That kind of stuff. I don't think it's going to happen, but I even got up this morning, early morning. I woke up and looked for the aurora borealis. I couldn't see it. Too much glow from the city. Unless that glow was the aurora borealis. But I looked for it last night. Yeah, Transformers are, they don't make a ton of them. Well, all right, let's get back off of this. So that's some pretty decent bull porn in there, isn't it? Pretty decent bull porn on this HYG here. At least over time. At least over time, just grinding it out over here in HYG. We can get back to this over here. Get rid of these triggers with, and remove the triggers with that kind of stuff. Just a note here, HYG is rolling down right now. This is HYG. HYG trying to trade 76.48 to stay on trend. Could have more blood to the downside today. Some doom and gloom into the bell. Oh, yeah, 1 minute. The rest of it's all 30 minutes. Keep your eyes here on HYG. Right down there. Then we're going to take a look at, what's going on, Trader Podcast? What's up, brother? What's happening, my man? Happy weekend, Trader Podcast. How are you, brother? You ready for what are you doing for the weekend, Trader? TPC, what are you doing for 4th of July? Yeah, tell him I said, someone said, what's up? How's he doing well? Tell him I said hello. I hope he's doing well. I've been meaning to talk to him. I tried to talk to him once on a DM, and for some reason I couldn't DM him. But he did reach back out. You're officiating a wedding in Chicago? Heck yeah. That sounds like a blast. You know who's out there? TPC, you gotta find DPC Cox has a brewery out there. Try to grab a couple cases of beer from it. Yeah, dude. Find him on Twitter and see where his place is and grab a couple cases of beer. It just won like a national award, won it like Best Belgian White or something like that. Yeah, Tonality Brewing, exactly. 10-year yield on the rise right now. We've got HYGs coming to the downside really quick. And we're going to look at SPX Gamma before the weekend is out for you. I'll post that chart for you today in Discord. And we're going to take a look at that really quick. Yeah, I got those puts still on. I still got those Friday puts. They're worthless. All right, so let's take a look at SPX heading into the weekend here. Bam. Press OK. Let's take a peek. Put walls rising right now. Now it's at 50.75. Less volatility expected than before. Nope, hold on here. Hey. Local support now sits at 5,200. Congratulations, Bulls. That's not minor, it's local. Local call wall or local resistance is now at 52.25. You got some more development now, though. That's good. You've got new development. This 5400 gamma pops up and off here and there. It's been coming in and out of gamma, and it's coming back again. So that's nice to see. 5400 is back on the board. Wham up. Real call walls 5300. Local call wall 52.20. 25 right now. Local support sits at 5,200. Gamma Flip currently is at 5170 is Gamma Flip today. Be a nice bear hit and run, wouldn't it? Look at that juice down there. Oh man, look at that. Bears are looking at this and they're like, man, you got the half an hour tweezer, big green bar, big red bar. That's the top. I'm calling it. Whoop. Gonna send this bad boy down to the depths of hell. Close that gap. Next thing we're gonna do is break through this Gamma Flip. We're gonna close all this stuff over here. Then we're gonna close all that. You can have your market back as soon as we're done down there, Cap. Oops, psych, crash. Just kidding. I'm going to post this for you in Discord right now. So if you want to take a picture of this, clean that up a little bit for you. I want to make that light blue so people can correspond it. Bam. Okay, that's cool. Local resistance. We'll make that one yellow. So people will be like, oh, okay, the yellow and the blue. Gamma Flip will make red. Oh, yeah, make that red. Oh, yeah, baby. Red. Make it deep, dark red. Oh, yeah, deep, dark red. Nope, this is right here. Right there. Yeah, they do. They're not getting it. They're not getting the crash. That door shut yesterday. That door shut at 8:30 a.m. yesterday. Or at least not the crash, but the second correction. My view, it's closed. The door's closed right now. They can get the pullback still, but they're not get the crash door, or not crash, but the correction of 380, 3,800. That's off the table for right now. They had that door was like that big. I did a market brief like 2 days ago, and I'm like, hey, I want to tell you that this door's still open, but the way is still higher. And I'm like, please don't get all bared up. But then at 8:30, that next morning at 8:30, they were like, see ya, fuck you. Claims, buddy. Suck it. Hold on a second here. SPX Gamma going into the weekend. Post that in the general chat. Yeah, what is Investor Place? I don't know what Investor Place is. The one that I do, the one that it comes in my Google News feed, I think is called I don't know if it's Investor Palace or if it's Investor is. Let me see what comes into my news feed. There's one news company out there that's like they delete their news and then every day they go countdown to Armageddon tomorrow. Let me see if it's let me see if there's an article today. Hold on, where is this one? Let me see if they got one here. I think I might have said I think I might have told my news not to recommend them anymore, but let me see if it's here this morning. No, it's not Business Insider, is it? What is it called? Investor Palace? Or Investor Place? Investor Palace? Is this the place that does the Doom articles every day? Let me check right now. I'm looking right now. I'm plugging in. No, what the fuck is Investor Palace? I have no idea what this fucking company is. These guys do news, actual news. There's one of these news organizations says market calendars for market crash. Let me look and see if this isn't them. No. I think it's Business Insider. What is Investor Pal? Oh, this is Investor Place. Wait a minute, I might have the wrong place. Hold on, I might have the wrong website. Hold on. Investor Palace? Nope, it's Investor Place. This isn't it, though. I think it's Business Insider. Let's see if it's them. Market crash? Business Insider market crash? That was trending, by the way, on... where was that trending yesterday? No. This isn't it. I don't know if it's Business Insider or Stock Market Palace or something. One of them's got a guy that just keeps saying, like, keeps making posts. And he's like, market calendar for the crash on May 1st, then May 4th, then May 7th, all that kind of stuff. Is it Investor Place that does it or Business Insider? Is it Business Insider or Investor Place? One of those two has like two writers. And every week they literally say market calendars for the stock market crash on May, whatever. Which one, Nuck and Futz? Which is it? Is it Investor Place or is it Business Insider? It might be Investor Place. I don't know which one it is. One of those, and then they delete them. Like they make the news article, then they delete them. It's Investor Place. Okay, it is Investor Place. But then they fucking delete them. That's the shit that gets me. Like they put it like runs on Google News, and then it's gone. All right, let's see what happens here. Maybe we can catch that last little bit up there. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? So we took this one out, so we're going to get rid of that yellow bar. We don't need that one anymore. Boop, gone. Yellow bar is gone. Now we just want that yellow bar up there. That price target is 523.54, 523.83 with the new high. Yeah, I can't remember. They delete them. I know they fucking delete them. I went looking for them. I'm like, these guys are fucking crazy. I posted them on Twitter, and I was like, these fucking guys are insane. They're like, I'm like, they post these articles, and they delete them like 2 days later, 3 days later, and then they come out with new ones, and they get picked up on Google News. Mr. Talking Monkey, I read that. Do I want to talk about the digest dropped in Discord yesterday? Yeah, sure. Hold on. Give me one quick second. Let me bring it up. Hang tight here. Give me one quick second here. What the fuck is that? Give me a second here. Oh, what did I do wrong there? Oh. Thought it was user. Hold on here. Hang tight, brother. Oh yeah, baby, I got it right here. Is this the digest from 10 p.m.? See if I can... Here we go. Hold on. Hang tight here, brother. I got you, brother. Hold on a second here. Save to titties and ass porn pictures. Done. I saved it to the good folder, TPC. I need to make like a feet pic folder and just save it in there. Dude, you know, saved my ass yesterday. I got to tell you guys something. So I got so frustrated yesterday, right? I got so frustrated yesterday, and I was angry. I had a really, really rough week, right? Right direction, right DCA, right everything, and just no premium, right? No fucking premium. Should have been on spreads. Should have been on fucking 1 dates, 3 dates, all that kind of stuff. Had a nice hedge on the market on Monday. I'm trying to buy dips all week long. I'm like, I'm positioned well. If anything bad happens, we're getting a series of new lows. I'll just buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. And every fucking day, it's like 5-minute back test, 5-minute back test, erase, 5-minute back test, erase. I'm only like, we're only going up $1 or $2. So outside the money, 0 date, 30 delta, 0. Fucking 0. Like start at 0, go to 20 cents, come back to 0. Go to 20 cents, 40 cents to 0. Up, down all day long, right? So I get so frustrated yesterday. I'm so angry. I get off the stream and I start doing a bunch of work and shit. See the grind up. I actually drew the line on the stream. I'm like, I'm fucking out of here. Here's the line. We're going there to the close. I fucking come back at the end of the day. We go straight there to the end of the day. But we're up and down the whole way. Like, bam, 5-minute, bam, 5-minute, bam, 5-minute. I'm just like, fuck this, I'm out. Thank God I got out because I would have been more angry at the end of the day. My daughter came home yesterday, right? And my youngest daughter comes home, and I was able to see her. I had some time with her. And I don't really get any time with her when she gets out of school. She's not with me from like 3:30 till 5 or 6 p.m. I'll make dinner or take them out to dinner. And so we're sitting around usually eating dinner, and then we do homework afterwards, and then we tuck them in and they go to bed. So yesterday I was able to see my youngest daughter, and we have this like game room and craft room and stuff. And she was working on bracelets and necklaces for her friends' moms and her mom. And I just sat down with her, and she asked me to count her or separate her beads for her. And we just separated beads into boxes. These are like tiniest beads ever. And it was the most relaxing fucking thing I could do. It was the most amazing thing. And she has no idea what my life is, right? Like my work life and all that kind of stuff. So she is oblivious to the stress that I'm under. And she absolved me of all that stress without her even knowing it. She had no idea. And I'm just like, I'm having a really good time right now. And she's just quiet. And she's working on her beads. And I'm working on her with her beads. And then she starts talking to me about what she's making and the variation in colors in the beads, because there were some slight variations, and how tiny they were. And Daddy, you get the wrong ones in the wrong piles. And I'm like, I'm getting old. I'm colorblind. And it was amazing. And it was like really quiet. The room was quiet. There was no music playing. There was no phones on. There was no kid with the thing going, and no friends over, no nothing. Just her working quietly on these beads. And it was the most like zen thing I had done in a long time. I don't know why it mattered, but it did. So, Trader Podcast put out last night. Wait a minute here. What the hell's going on? Hold on, TPC. The copy that I have of the brief that you posted, why is that not showing up for me? Hang tight here, brother. TPC, can you send me a copy? You know what? I couldn't read that, brother. I can't read that brief. That digest, I can't read it. I don't know why. Where did anybody else out there have a problem reading that brief? That digest? Why am I having a problem reading that digest? Open in browser. Okay, all right. Hold on. I got you, man. Thanks for saying that. Hold on here. Open a new tab. Yeah, I'm still having problems reading it. Could you ever DM it to me, maybe? Hold on here. Hold on, let me try again. Oh, yeah, baby. We're good to go. TPC, do you want to come on this? Do you want me to send you a link for a voice connection? You want to come on and chat? What up, Henry? Thanks for coming a member, brother. Henry, do you want to, or not Henry, you want to do a few minutes? All right, hold on, man. I'm going to send you a DM with Google Meet on Twitter, brother. In one quick second here. Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that one off. What else I'm gonna turn off some stuff over here so we don't lose your connection. Turn that off. Turn that one off. Pod's Daily Digest. How do we do this better? Hold on here. Oh, no, what's going on here? Yeah, we're moving that over there. Hold on here. Wham. Pod's Daily Digest, baby. We're gonna go over to the bottom right-hand screen. Is that the better screen? Nah, we're gonna go to the trigger full screen. This might be better over here. You got my camera at least. Let's do that. Is that better? Hold on here. Trigger slideshow, mute that. Oh, shit. No, that's not going to work. Hold on. Hang tight, Trader Podcast. I'm going to bring this back over here. We're going to go to cap screen. That's the best view. We're going to bring that over there. Hang tight, everybody. Apologize for the wait. One quick second here. I mean, sign in. New meeting. Start an instant meeting. Hope this works. Add others. We're going to add, where's Trader Podcast? I've had him on here before. No. Copy the link. Go to Twitter. Oh, God, my DMs, dude. I need to get in my DMs. I haven't been in my DMs in like a week. I need a social media manager. I really do. All right, Trader Podcast. Psh. Sent a link. Your video won't be on screen, brother. Just voice. Whenever you want to join us. Your video can be on screen, but it won't be on the show. If you want to join us on video, I guess I could bounce back and forth if you want to chat with the audience or whatever. We could do that. Hey, brother.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think everybody else can hear you too.
Perfect. Let me just mute your stream so
Roger
I don't
that.
have the feedback. Yeah. I don't know if you can see my screen or not.
I can, but I've got your. Okay, we could do it this way if you
No,
want.
no, 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 no.
Do
That's
you
fine.
want to share your screen with your digest instead, and I can flip over to that screen and just show that.
No, no, this is fine. This is fine. But if you want, we can look at positioning on tickers later, like I usually do. So, um, we can do
Yeah,
that.
we'll switch over to bit.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
right now
So,
I've got your. Can you see your
yep,
digest here on the screen?
yep, yes, I can. So, hey everybody, if you don't know who I am a nerd who likes to shit post. I
Well,
generate this digest every day for myself, and I share it with people that might find value of it. It's just a representation of a few things I kind of like to keep a track of. I usually will share an update like once a week or so, and I usually do it either in the pro traders chat with some commentary if I have it, or if I don't really have any commentary, I'll just put it in the regular chat of the Discord. So what we're seeing here, the first set of what I call overlayers is is basically what I do is I take a window of 101 days, and I give me 1 second. I'll be sorry. Um, so what I do is I take a 101-day window, and I look at how many previous 101-day windows are really correlated to the current time series. Then I have a cutoff for correlations at 0.9, 0.93. That's just to limit the number of in my search data set. And then what I do is I run a statistical test to see if historically any of these other windows have been predictive of the current price. And then I plot them out so you can kind of see, the possibilities of where price action might go. It's very simple explanation. You might have seen other people do overlays. I actually add a little bit of like statistical rigor to determining which ones I want to plot. And so the first one you see is 101 day across all time series all time series since 1940, January of 1940. And you can kind of see uh, in some of them, the highly correlated ones are the orange, green, and blue ones. We are looking at some chop. We are on the blue one and the green one. We are expecting a drop to be happening sometime in the next 6 or 7 trading days. That's when you would start to see like a drop starting to like develop in the market. So this is as of yesterday close. Now, because these are rolling windows, they can change tomorrow or day after. If it's a significant change, I'll alert people in the Discord.
we
But
see the same thing, Trader Podcast.
yeah, so there's a little bit of like chop that I'm expecting, but then after that, you know, on the 101-day window, we kind of do expect the markets to generally go up. So that's there. On the right hand side, where Cat was furiously making notes.
Well, you can see trend breaking down over here, right? If we were going to
Right,
take the downward slope over there, and then you can see the presidentials where you go up, right?
right. So, which is what is also good to consider. And in this, it's a larger window because I wanted to capture the lows of the year in October, end of October. So you see, like I added, like this is a 140-day window. I wanted to capture like just because there's a fewer amount of years where presidential elections happen. I wanted to give a larger data set to account for the correlations being still strong, and you can kind of see like the 1960 overlay is like still like over 0.92 because that's like cutoff. So you can kind of see like where we are on the presidential elections, we kind of should keep going up. I'm an eternal bull. I have been.
Oh, I'm looking at this, man, and I'm like, you can see that demarcation, can't you? Like on presidential election year, there's been an argument that presidential election years don't necessarily go up, but then you've got all of this trend here, don't you?
Yeah, but if you look at it, they are the weakest correlated ones, the highest correlated ones. The darker the line, the thicker the line.
Yep, higher correlated.
Higher correlated. So all of those so far are tracking to the upside, to me, right? So
yeah, I think you're at the break point here too, somewhere in here. We should have gone down right on this pullback here, right? We should have, if we were going to head lower. It looks like they were looking for that larger correction. It looks like.
Yeah. So
I'm just going to make this larger for people. Get a better. Oh shit! Sorry about that, guys. Hang tight. Apologize for that. Right there. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, so even in this, just because this next, so each of these squares like is 10 days wide, 10 trading days wide, not 10 calendar days. So 2 weeks worth of trading. So if you can kind of see, like, this is where you see a lot of choppiness in all of them as well, right? Like all of the other correlates as well, you kind of see like choppiness no matter what. So that's something to like consider. Now, in both of them, we're expecting to see choppiness, and we don't have the same, time series. But like, if you believe that human emotion remains the same across time, and price dictates emotion to a certain extent, so we kind of should expect chop in the next 2 week trading period. So that's kind of like what I want to like highlight with those. If you go lower, I have an overlay for the Russell, and I have an overlay for the Nasdaq 100 as well.
Do you want to do the Nasdaq or do you want to do the RUT first?
The RUT's there, so let's look at it. There's only like above, so I'm tracking again from like, I'm trying to like capture 131-day windows in these, just because they're like smaller data sets. You can kind of see that Russell could really like follow the 2020. It's been consistent with the 2020s so far. So 2020, 2021, if you see like how we like ramped up, Russell could really go.
Yep.
And that would start happening like actually at the end of 2 weeks.
Yep. So I've got the same thoughts on RUT as well. RUT could explode to the upside.
A long, hot, rusty summer.
Yep.
Is what it could really end up being, and that's something to think about. And if we scroll over to,
you know what else too? Just one other thing here. Just one quick note before we move over TPC. Earlier today, we were looking at the 2-year, and if it makes that outperform that we talked about, where it came back in line, where it comes back in line with trend. The prevailing 20-year trend of the HYG. Another, just a quick tidbit, coming back in line in that trend on HYG would match up with 2020, where small caps outperformed the broader market in the recovery. It actually did outperform NASDAQ and SPY. And a lot of you guys out there track an index that we created that is full of small cap spec growth. And you already know that index in general, I want to say out of 30 tickers, 26 of them are booming right now. Absolutely booming. All right, so here's the NASDAQ chart, brother.
Yeah, so here it's not so great. Most of it is showing we go sideways for the rest of the year. The only difference, we can maybe go a little bit higher but the only difference is the 2020s. Again, this is the post-COVID. If you look at it, it's the bottom from like COVID, essentially like April 8th onwards. So it really kind of gets that. If we gonna get going in the same vein, if Rusty and NASDAQ do the same thing, we're in for face rippers if we follow the 2020 script. But all the other correlates are basically telling me that NASDAQ wants to go sideways.
Can I mention something about that with you?
Sure.
One, hedge funds are not in Momo big tech names. We even noticed in the last 2 trading days that carry trade over in those stocks was not propelling the options market higher. It was directly correlated with that. So that's a key point in this here, right? Where big tech doesn't actually join in on that trade. So we might need to start looking at the RUT or spec growth ETFs if you want that crazy move.
Right. And let me circle back to that. Actually, why don't we talk about this right now?
Yeah.
You heard Druckenmiller's stuff, right?
Which stuff?
That he cut NVIDIA.
You're talking about the CNBC interview or afterwards?
Like both.
No, just the CNBC.
Yeah, so the CNBC stuff, he kind of said that, like they've gotten out of NVIDIA. And,
Yep.
NVIDIA was like ramping up on Monday, and then it kind of like puked. And so here's the thing. Druckenmiller, was it like, I think it was last year, he was like on CNBC, and he was extolling the virtues of like buying bonds, being risk averse, and being cash and all of that. And his 13F comes out, and he's fucking loading the boat on NVIDIA and Microsoft.
Yep.
So I'm like, at this point, I'm like, if he's coming out on CNBC and giving about bold predictions and saying like what he's doing for positioning, I don't believe it at all.
Nope.
And so I honestly think his play is going to be cyclicals and financials. And that would jive with NASDAQ going sideways and Rusty and SPX going up.
Consumer staples, small caps, small spec growth, all that shit.
Yeah. His 13F is going to show what he's in, but my prediction is that he's in a lot of he's going to be getting into financials and cyclicals, and that's what he's not talking about, like about his position. He's
we had a lot of XLP stuff as likely in his portfolio.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that would make sense too. That would jive. So that's kind of like
that's in that same realm.
Yeah, and if you start scrolling down, there's some market internal stuff that is like itching the monkey part of my brain. If you want to scroll down a little bit, so we can kind of like look at the breadth and stuff. This is yesterday's highs and lows, and
yeah, you see those volume kicks come in earlier in the week in like silver and the silver trade, and so there's a couple other sectors that were getting huge volume in them.
Yeah, so I've been long 2 gold contracts since not yesterday night, the night before, and I've enjoyed that position. The dollar is retreating. They funded swap lines with Japan, which they've had swap lines forever, but they finally funded them so they can start getting used, which kind of takes the pressure off of the yen, selling pressure off of the yen, and should make Dixie retreat. Now Dixie ended up pumping today. Because
it did, but I've got it going. I've got it going in the depths of hell, man. I've got it on a turning down count, a big turning down count.
Yep, I have the trigger, and I've been watching it. It went over the daily trigger, and it looks like, and it's lost it. So it's below the 30-minute trigger too. I am looking for it to get back to around the 105-14 area. By the end of the day today, for a face ripping rally into close.
In a close.
Yeah. So, but I will probably be trimming a lot of positions at close.
What are your thoughts on? There was an argument people were pushing around saying it's not good seeing XLU and XLF go up.
They're a dollar sensitive trade, man. Like dollar starts retreating, that's why they're going up.
That's right.
But if you go further down, and actually that is what I'm going to bring up. If you
Okay.
start looking down, the next series of charts are the. Oh yeah, I need to kind of fix that because these are not EMAs. It's SMAs. If you scroll to the right,
Okay.
would I have scroll to the right where I have the sectors?
Okay.
So,
Hold on. Sorry, brother.
yeah, no worries.
I'm gonna move the chat over here. Does this look better for you?
Yeah, it looks great. So what I've done in this chart is I have taken all the constituent stocks for all of the ETFs, calculated their EMAs if they're above their SMAs, the 20, 50, and 200 SMAs, as kind of a measure of internal breadth
Mm-hmm.
of the of the market and sectors in particular. So XLU 2 months ago, I was like,
Let me
everything is
let me ask you one quick question on this. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to clarify so anyone looking at this gets a better idea, right? This is a zero line. I'm assuming here, right?
so
It
zero,
shows
yeah.
if you're above zero and heading higher or heading down, right? Does that make sense or no?
No. So
Okay.
what it is, the y-axis on all of these is the percentage of stocks
Mm-hmm.
in the ETF. So
Okay, so
you know,
10 or 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%.
yeah, till 0.8 means it's 80%,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
And so, um, what and the EMAs, right? 20 SMA, sorry, the SMA, the 20 SMA, short-term momentum, 50 SMA, medium-term momentum, 200 SMA, long-term momentum.
Okay, so what are you looking what are you looking for if someone was reading this and they were like,
Yeah,
what am I looking for in this graph? What
right.
would they be looking for?
If if the green line is the 200 SMA, if a large percentage of the stocks are above the 200 SMA, you're like, okay, this is running full steam right now. It is time for me to start looking at the weak tickers in this sector to start thinking about when to short. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you're running, like if everything is like, if you look at XLF right now, it's the financials, right? Everything is above its like 200 SMA. But you see, about a month ago, almost everything was below its 20 SMA. So if I see that, like it's above its 200, but it's below its 20, it immediately tells me, hey, there might be like a pop coming. I should be looking at this, right? If you look at the same thing with XLI, you'll see that with XLB as well. And now if you go scroll down to like XLU, you'll see that happened in like January. And now XLU, almost all of it is above its.
You guys see how that? Do you guys see how that's happening? Look at. You guys want to see if you're watching this out there? You see how these are racing higher XLI, and you have XLU at the completion trade up here.
Yeah, so what that tells me is what I should be looking at now is the shitty companies in XLU to start shorting. If I was going to be buying the dip, look at.
So if you're looking at the components of XLU and you have the worst companies that have outperformed, you're looking to begin shorting, right?
Yes, because this is showing like a lot of relative strength right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that means that what I want to do is I want to short the relative weakness in that sector, because if a downturn comes in that sector, the relative weak companies are going to be the most impacted by that.
Mm-hmm.
Now look at IWM. Look how the 20-day momentum is starting to catch up, but the 200-day momentum, which is 200 SMA, it's still like about halfway. So that tells me there's room to run up on those. Same thing with XLV. Same thing with look at XLRE. REITs. I've been thinking about REITs a lot. Boston Properties is a ticker I've identified, and I think it pays a good dividend. The chart looks prime to go, man. BXP. So that's something to look at. And then if you start looking at energy, energy's kind of been beaten to shit right now.
Yeah, they came into end of seasonality, I want to say in April 20th or something. They got hammered.
Yeah, and look at that. Now it's starting to climb back up. So that's something to consider.
You know, it's interesting to bring that up to TPC because yesterday we were going through the index and I was scratching my head because all of our energy, we have spec growth energy companies in that basket, and they're all looking like they're ready to turn around. They all look like they're ready to turn around and make a big move higher. And I was scratching my head because I'm like, I thought we are still coming out of seasonality for these companies.
Yeah, the thing is, seasonality has been turned on its head the last 2 years.
I've had pretty good luck with sector seasonality. I've had very good luck.
Interesting.
But not market, not breadth, not market breadth, but on individual sectors or subsectors. I've had great luck with that.
That's good to know. I'll look into that. I've built myself a tool, so like I can definitely look at sector seasonality too. So
I'm gonna pull up some of these tickers later today, brother, and I'll DM them to you. These spec growth energy companies, how they got blooded traditionally, and now they're turning right back up, and they're all part of small caps, my man. They're all small cap companies.
Exactly. So that's kind of like jives with the whole thesis of red hot rusty summer. So let's scroll down a little bit more.
You keep saying that to me. Do you want me to just start you repeated it now to me like 4 or 5 times, so now you're gonna have me saying it for the rest of the summer. You know what's funny too is my wife and kids and I watched was it Red Hot or Wet Hot American Summer? We watched it because the kids might be going to camp this summer.
Oh, gotcha. That's awesome.
Isn't that like a summer camp movie or something?
It is. It is.
We doing SPX and EMA performance, or are we doing average returns of S&P based on?
That's just to show me like how much are they above 20 EMAs, and this chart does like it's there just to kind of like let me see how the internals are doing. Like for example, when it kind of bottoms down here.
Which one do you want to see here?
The left one. Do you know the one where you?
Yep. Let me move this. Let me move this chat over here so they can see it. All right, brother. Continue on.
So if you like kind of end up overlaying the SPX chart on this, you want to like long when this indicator comes down to like about 50-ish level. You can just draw a horizontal line at the bottom, right? If it comes down there, you
start looking for a turn below 100.
Yeah, and then once it gets above like about 440, you need to start thinking about trimming. So it's just kind of a quick indicator.
I like it.
Like see, you think about how you should be thinking about the market, because this is kind of like these are all breadth indicators that I've kind of made. And then you have the McClellan oscillators and summation indices. If you go below, again, you'll see that you can just draw a line on the McClellan.
Hold on, say it again.
So if you scroll down to the next chart.
Hold on here. Sorry about that. Hold on here.
No worries.
McClellan summation index. Yep. Hold on here. We move over this way.
Yeah, and if you go down one more, the summation index gives more value. I feel the oscillator is like a day-to-day thing, so you can kind of see like what did today was momentum up or down. So if you look at this, you can draw a line horizontally there too, and like you should be thinking of longing when it like hits these levels, and you should be like you draw a horizontal line above, and you're like, okay, you should be thinking of getting out. We're kind of getting to the point where you need to like think about shorts. So look where we are getting to right now. We have some room to the upside.
Oh, hold on, let me move this over. Hold on. I gotta move some of this stuff. I'm trying to do a bunch of stuff here.
Yeah.
All right.
So we still have a little bit of room as of yesterday to the upside, right? Before we have to think about, hey, it's starting to get to the point where above this it's gonna get stretchy. So you doing TA on this?
Hell yeah, I am. Well, I'm like, hey, you got a little bit of this over there, you got a little bit of that over there, and you go boom, and then rocket ship up. Yeah, shouldn't be doing that because it's likely not like that. It's likely more something like this, or something. I didn't realize that this is not a TA thing, but you know, I'm looking at that stuff
No,
over there.
I
I'm
get it.
like, yeah, it's still kind of, it's still kind of flagging, and then it busts out right there.
Right. So,
Sorry.
um, so the oscillator is a good way of seeing, like how many stocks are moving up versus
Yeah, I love
down.
the
Like
summation
that's what
index. It's great.
yeah. So it's really good to see. Like right now, we're in an uptrend. That's what this is telling me. Um, we
Remember,
were
boys and girls, this is years here. So, that this right here could be, this is a quarter right here, another quarter right there. That's Q1 or Q2, Q3 showing up, right?
yeah
Q2, Q3, we're also expecting huge GDP prints,
yeah.
barring any kind of crazy weather, earthquakes, and all that kind of stuff that can fuck with GDP. But go on, continue. Sorry,
So what did you
TPC.
remember? Like if you think about it that way, since they're in quarters, right?
Yeah.
They're actually built. They're each of those divisions is a month.
Oh, these are months right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And so
Yeah.
we got what?
So for an entire month,
1, 2, 3. No, maybe a 3. We might have 3 here, right? So that's Q. This would be Q at the end of Q2, maybe right there.
yeah. So I would expect that we would kind of like oscillate higher till the end of Q2. Like that
Mhm.
that's what the summation index is telling me. That doesn't mean we're just gonna like go like to the peaks or anything. We could like
Is
barcode
this?
for an
Sorry,
entire month.
continue.
So we could just barcode for an entire month, but in this thing where like some stocks are going up, some stocks are going down, there's like stock picking happening, more of that behavior than anything else. So that's something to just kind of keep in mind. Like right now we're still in an uptrend in the market.
Let me ask you a quick question here. With this looks like it would open the door for that election volatility right before the not right before the election, but let's say like late summer, and then it ends just before the election, maybe mid September.
Yep.
That bloodbath scene down here or something.
Yeah, which jives with a lot with the couple of the overlayers up there too. So
It does.
it does. If you go look at the presidential election overlayers, you can kind of see some of that action happening where you get some volatility in
Oh, here we go. Right here, 200 and this kind of stuff right here, right?
yeah. So we can kind of see like
Or is it later on? Is it? Oh, no, it's over here.
so that's it.
That's it right
So
there. Yeah, see that blood right there? They make you think it's going to crash, and then it comes right back.
yeah. So we can kind of
How many days is
see
that
some
right
of that.
there?
There's on October surprise is a thing too, right?
Yeah, it is.
So kind of keep that in mind as well. So all of this is kind of telling me we're still in an uptrend, might have some chop. There's no need to like open up downside hedges.
The,
I mean, always if you own the market and you feel risky, always open downside hedges, protect yourself. Throw collars on that shit. Buy put spreads, fund them using a call, or
I like ratios, man. My
yeah,
favorites are ratios. If we keep heading
yeah.
higher, you go zero, or you don't lose any money, or you make 5-10%.
Exactly. So so
My other thing I want to say this to you though is it looks like you've got a late summer roll down here, doesn't it?
yeah, in
And then it looks like you've got a was it late summer roll? How many days? How many days is this here? This is late summer pull up, and then you've got a bloodbath into pre-election for fall.
so that's another
What is that?
100 days
July,
from today.
August, and then September doom.
So that's another 70 trading days from today.
Let
So
me get my
you have
calendar out and check.
70 trading days. Yeah, so about 3.5 months.
So when do you think that roll does not look like 175 days or something like that?
So right now we're at on this we're at day like 140, right?
Yep.
And what you're pointing out is around day 210 or so.
When does the roll look like it comes into play? 140.
Uh, uh I would no. So another if we go but just by this, and if the roll is gonna happen, you're gonna see it like towards the in like 10 trading days at the end of 10 trading days.
10
That's when the
trading
rolls.
days. Like
That's when the roll. It might be gentle at first and then all at once. If you wanted to do that, I don't really think.
No, it's all right. Hold on a second. It's all right. Relax. I just want to get a gist of. we're trading up right now, looking for a pullback, right? Maybe all-time highs, yay. Start a roll down. That's about day one. It's about 160, right? Or am I wrong on that?
So that's about 100. So you're looking at the roll 10 days before that. We're at day 140. So that's 10 trading days from now.
So you're saying 150?
So yeah, so we're on day 150. We're at day 140 right now, at day 150. So 10 trading days, 2 trading. So
that's what is that? That's August, right?
no, 2 weeks from now. 10 trading days.
No, I'm saying I got 150 days as August 6th. 140 days is July 23rd. Sessions. Is this sessions or full year that you've got here?
No, so Cap, where we are currently is day 140. Okay, so yesterday was day 140 on this chart.
Okay, so you're doing days, not sessions. Got it.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry, I count sessions, not days.
Yep. No, that's cool. Yeah, 2020 is not on that chart, Wilson McNasty. It's not that correlated on a 140-day window. So
I can see the 300 over here rather than the 250 sessions.
Yeah. So it just, I just increased the length so you can kind of see like what the future is going to be looking like. So anyways, if we go like scroll all the way down we've done the McClellan, and I think what I have next is
you did all this, you did all this, you passed this, you did the McClellan summation. Next up, we've got waterfall chart showing day versus year-to-date performance at ETFs.
Yeah. So that's basically showing us how the components have been doing on the day versus like over the year, and that's what that is.
Stocks year-to-date performance sorted.
So you can kind of see, like just taking this snapshot. Look at this, right? If you go to the SPX one, it's a little clearer.
Okay, what is that? Explain this for us.
So what it basically does is seeing like it takes every stock and it sees how much it returned that day, like how much did it go up or go down by that day on that day, if they're in the S&P 500. But if you put the year to date and the just the daily performance, you can kind of see that more stocks went up yesterday than they have over the year. Number of stocks, if you just look at it, like the greens, there's more greens than there was yesterday. So yesterday was like a good day for breadth within the S&P 500.
It was a great day for breadth for the entire market, not Momo, not big tech, across the whole market wide.
Yeah, so that kind of tells you kind of want to like see stuff like that, because the more days you have like that means that there is good demand and appetite within the index. So that's kind of the digest. I make this as just something that I do internally. I also have a seasonality tool that I've made, and I'm starting to back test the MOC buy on options. So I finally got options data to back test that on. So I'm starting to back test that. See.
So I have a question for you. So this stocks year-to-date performance, this one right here changes as you add dates slowly, right?
Yeah.
So this is this year's performance, guys. People are asking questions in the chat. So this chart will adjust slowly over the course of the year, and then you're looking for the last day performance in relation to the year.
Yeah.
He also has one here for QQQs, and you guys, is this? So how about this? So if you're in the chat right now, if you have any questions about this digest, we have Trader Podcast here spending his time with us. Make sure you find him on Twitter or on Reddit. He's got a great presence in both places. Just search Trader Podcast. PODCASTE. Now, if you guys have questions, he's here for you. So if you see him posting these charts within Discord, Number one, guys, if you see these charts in Discord, I want to show you this. If you click on the image inside of Discord and you say open in browser, you can then expand it and see it more clearly. But if you guys have any questions for Trader Podcast and how to interpret these charts, this is the time to be asking them. That's why I'm asking them questions, because I'm assuming some of you guys don't. You guys see stuff like this and you go, I don't know what this means, or I don't know what that means. And one other market note really quick. Price is consolidating on the hourly trigger on SPY. It looks like the 1 and 5 minute trigger are starting to turn up for a bull cross, but no confirmation yet. You're going to be looking for at least prices at 520.31. You at least want to see price get above 521.42. Then a back test of the cross of the 1 and 5 minute trigger over the half hour trigger to begin to take a long to try to trade at least 522.41. But if you have questions about for Trader Podcast for these digests, so that you can get a better understanding, so that you can consume this stuff in the Discord, now's the time to ask those questions. So in the chat, start asking those questions, and I'll start reading them to Trader Podcast.
I see one by B Harder. He says fading large MOC buys has worked this year at a high percentage. Would love to know if he has thoughts on that. I know it's supposed to be used for large MOC sell. Yeah, so I don't have a statistical edge on that. Sometimes, like yesterday was a large MOC buy, and we got the fuck out this morning. So there's no statistical edge there. The only statistical edge I found is if the MOC is on the sell side and is larger than $1 billion. And but if it's too large, like if it's like 5, 6, 7 billion, I don't want to mess with it. I also, if it's like a large sell before the weekend, it's like on Friday, large sell, I don't want to play that because there's plenty of time. The issue is, right, the mechanics of it is that there is inventory risk by market makers. Because if there's an MOC sell order, the market makers have to absorb that because that's their job, which means they're sitting on this bunch of inventory, which could possibly go underwater, and they have to get rid of it. So what we see is that in the beginning of the Euro session overnight in the futures, you'll see that the dealers will actually go out and turn on a buy program and buy more inventory, raising the price of their entire inventory above the price at which they accepted it. And then that's what the gap up in the morning the next day is. Over the weekend, there is plenty of ways for them to balance their book. So you don't have that time crunch of like the next morning that they have to be neutral. So yeah.
I think, I think there's a greater conversation here. I was going to ask you at some point, TPC, not today, but it's a larger project for us for a very slow period in the market. But I wanted to talk to you at some point about that BGL white paper and running one on the triggers and velocity, because I think it's really easy for people to mix up correlation versus causation, and what actually is a statistical edge and what isn't. Even if you see, hey, this has been working and recency bias is still fine if it's been working. It doesn't mean don't do it. Like you do it until it doesn't work. But the idea behind a statistical edge in the market is critical to long-term money making, right, in the market. And it's hard to explain in this chat really quick, but if it's working, I think that works for traders in general. For like, hey, it's been working, let's do it until it stops working. I think that's valid. But then also over a time period, like 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, if you stick with those proven edges, like trading above the 1 minute trigger, and then selling or owning above the 1 minute trigger, then selling below it, while still owning above the 1 minute trigger up to the right and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, we can definitely talk about that. We can talk about that offline. But I do want to say, like, this data that I have, it's thanks to Short Seller. Short Seller hooked me up with that data. He's the man. If he's in here, I don't know if he is.
He
But,
is most of the time he is.
yeah, so I do want to credit him towards giving me that data. It was a big data download, and
But that's my point is that you're using huge data to see what so something might look great, like, hey, that buy side's working, but if you're looking at that big data, you're saying the actual statistical edge is on this one other one over here, right?
Yeah, and so
He is
it's
here.
also like, oh, he is. Oh, great. Yeah, shout out to short seller. Thanks, man. And then so the next uh he's listening in the background. Hey, man. So the other thing to think about is the market gamma regime. Like MOC can get impacted by market gamma because I know for a fact that market gamma, if dealers are short gamma, we're gonna have bigger whipsaws.
Yep.
Right. If dealers are long gamma themselves, we're in a long gamma market. It's a slow grind, and usually it's a slow grind up.
Yep.
So does that impact the MOC? And that's something I want to explore a little bit more because it gives me just a little bit more granularity. Maybe fading the buys in a positive gamma environment works. Maybe fading the buys in a negative gamma environment works. I don't know.
That's what I use now I'm using velo triggers, right? And then I'm sprinkling in Elliott wave, gamma, and higher time frames like David AMS does with 4-hour time periods, 1-day time periods, 1-hour time periods.
Yeah, and by the way, I want to I don't do this enough, and I want to it's in my mind right now, so I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, say it.
I want to thank people like David AMS, like Short Seller, like you, like Markets and Mayhem, like the dudes at Spot Gamma. They've educated me about this side of the market, and even Chem Carson, like I've talked to him on the phone. They've been nothing but you guys have been nothing but gracious with your time, and I wouldn't understand the markets the tiny fraction that I do if it wasn't for people like you. I use the trigger daily. I use the trigger to trade. I have my own
version, right? Even David's got his own version too.
Yeah,
I think we're all like, I think most of us, or a lot of us, are all cannibalizing everything and putting it all together.
Yeah, but to see what works for us, right? And so I just want to take this time because it's on top of my mind right now to thank you guys for it's Friday, so I'm grateful for you.
You too, man. Definitely. I fucking love you, brother. You're my brother, man. Short seller ST killer. David AMS another killer. There's a whole bunch of guys out there that are have huge market awareness, right? Any of the Gamma Bros out there, even the guys over at I'm really liking the Gamma Lab guys. They're I like their conciseness instead of all the clutter. Career Low out there with his Gamma shit.
Yeah, dude, Career Low's like all up with me in Twitter. I love it. Hey, look at gold. That means Dixie is falling, which means Rusty should start getting to go as well. Well, everything should start getting to go as well. Yeah. So, anyways, this is all the esoteric stuff I kind of look at under the hood. I follow other better chartists than me. I look at positioning to make my plays. I've been sitting in NVIDIA call flies since last Friday. I took profits on Monday. I took some profits this morning. I have 5 of them left that are severely underwater right now. But if we break 900, these are going to start printing again. So that's what I'm hoping for in NVIDIA. I don't know, man. It's just
God, they're gonna grind this shit all day long. It's gonna be another filthy day.
Yeah, the 10 a.m. print, man, that was a scary print. That was a 10% decrease in expectations on the consumer sentiment, which is statistically significant because it kind of hovers around the same area all the time. So that was a nasty print, and I think that's what led to this liquidation at
I think so. I don't believe. Okay, continue.
No, I mean there could be other factors too, but the thing is that would promote hedge funds to start changing positioning. Like seeing that print, they'd be like, okay, it's
I
that's
mean,
kind of a scary print.
I'll assign. Personally, I don't trade the news. Like I try to. There is the macro trade on news, but this week in particular, the Michigan sentiment mattered to me. Well, I mentioned this earlier in the week. I think it was the Sunday brief. I was like, there's no other news this week, so Michigan sentiment's going to matter this week. Normally, it gets brushed off
Right.
on
Normally it gets
big
brushed
news
off.
weeks, so it's like a signing.
Yeah, but it was
It's
it's
good.
also
I'm
usually
with you.
never.
I mean, I get what you're saying.
It was the fact that, like 90% of 99% of a lot of trading that we see is done by algos, right?
Yeah, and
And
they pick up on that news. I agree.
it's not they pick up on the news, they picked up on the magnitude of that news, right?
Okay,
So I mean that's
that's me though. I can't. I hate saying it because I am in the camp of the news. The news matters over time, but I don't know. I feel like the news is assigned to a drop that's expected.
interesting. So okay,
Oh, well,
that's fair.
here, just quickly. So, um, I mean, just right here, this is the chart from last night. We expected the pullback. I already deleted this one here, but we were talking about news, right? That matters or whatever. But I just deleted this bar here earlier this morning, and here it is right here. Bam. This was a sell point. This was a pivot up here. To me, this just shows every time we come into something like this, there's strength, but normally there's a pullback on it. So there's an expectation that we're going to break through, come back down, then tag this one, actually fail this one. So I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying, brother. I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I It's a
I mean
hard
I
one
bought the
for.
dip,
I'm not trying to
so
disagree with you either because I think news does matter.
yeah,
Uh,
I'm with you on most part that macro news does not move the market. Like it's not, I mean it moves the market over long term.
Give me your thesis. I'll shut up. I shouldn't be disagreeing with you here in stream either because
No, you can. I
tell me your
you be
thesis
respectful.
because I'm open to it.
So what? No, it's retrospective, right? It's post hoc. Uh, my thesis is usually consumer sentiment comes in around like 72, 73, 74. That's where it like comes down. It kind of came down like really, really lower,
Mm-hmm.
the sentiment number. Inflation expectations went up. So what that kind of, and it went up significantly. So if it had gone up a little bit, the market would have kind of dipped a little bit and brushed it off. And you're right, it would have done the exact same thing it's done every fucking week otherwise, right?
Yeah.
Every other time it's happened. But the thing is, what the fact that it was such a big jump,
Yeah.
that's what triggered algos. And that's all I'm saying. And the thing is, there's hedge funds out there that are looking that position based on numbers like this. And they probably like did some rotations out. They might have been like start like longing like tech or whatever, and they're like, fuck this, get out of tech right now and like buy something else. So that's why I think we saw like a run for the dollar at that time, because it kind of makes sense. You expect inflation like to go up. Let's fucking pile into dollars and sell bonds. So yeah, that's kind of what I thought happened, and then it's like retreated off of a key level
Mm-hmm.
that I had, which was 105.4. It's kind of like a pivot from like earlier from yesterday I had, and it goes back actually quite a fair bit.
Well, I've
So,
got it up
anyways,
right now. Let me show you this. Show me. So I've got it up right here. This is the index of consumer sentiment, right, from University of Michigan. This is a time series chart.
mm-hmm.
So this is the expectation here, right? Is that we're going to roll back down? Is that your point there? Here's that 20. Here's that sentiment right there. That's 2021. Here's the start of 2022. Here's 2020 right here. So sentiment's been on its way down the entire time, right? It's just working its way back right now. There would be some expectation of a pullback, but if we squeeze up, that would be in line with HYG going up.
Yeah.
Dollar dying, and us getting back in line with small caps going up, and like HYG finally catching back up with that trend line, that top trend line from 2020. Does this look right to you or no?
I don't know, man. I don't.
You like you see it right here, right? Like we've got
Yeah.
this negative report today. So maybe this is implying what you're talking about with you said we should expect a pullback in the next 6-7 sessions.
Mhm.
That would be that pullback right there, right?
Yeah, or like chop around it till we digest this news till something else happens. We have PPI and CPI next week. What I'm seeing is like there's not a lot of hedging going on 30 days out. VIX is marginally up. I'm seeing a lot more hedging into next week. But I'm also seeing like currently I am seeing like a lot of vol selling, a lot of put selling happening right now. So it's kind of markets at a decision point. If we did not get that print, we were going to rip faces. We were going to put every NDX short in the hole.
I got what you're saying now. If you're saying that if we broke through I can see this resistance here. You were saying if we got a good consumer sentiment print that we should have blasted off into the close today. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like we would have like had a massive Mondo 2% NDX rally.
Mm-hmm.
It got killed. That number was really weird. But at the same time, I could be naive and you might be right. That is just post hoc thing. The market was due for a drop from this because it was up, like NDX was up like almost 0.8% when that happened. So
my thing here is just that the sellers are waiting for us. That's what I think. They're just up here waiting, throwing boulders down on us. It's automatic to short the fuck out of an approach to all-time highs.
Yeah.
And there hasn't been a pullback either for buyers of great success.
I mean, we got one.
Yeah, but there's been just like relentless all the way up. So it's Thursday coming into Friday. This sentiment survey looks like it'd be an auto reject anyways too. Like even if it continues higher, it looked what I'm looking at here from this is Michigan. This is the survey of consumers, University of Michigan, that I'm looking at here. Let me see if I can go back to this. Consumer Sentiment Index, University of Michigan. Maybe you guys want to look that up. And it also gives you access to the reason I'm bringing that time series up, TPC, is because I was just highlighting last night initial claims and continuing claims. And last week I was highlighting workforce participation. And the reason I'm bringing this back up is because the other thing about this, wait a minute, can I do this? Will it show me this again? The reason I'm bringing this up too, bro, is because it's not like we're in a downward swing right now, right? We're not in a downswing. We're not in a downswing. We are still in an upswing. And so even a pullback in that sentiment is not necessarily indicative of a reversal downswing yet. So,
no.
But I think but I agree with you in what your statement is on, the next 6 sessions or 10 sessions or 140 days, that kind of stuff.
In
the closer term.
Yeah. So, anyways, I think we kind of got a little market got spooked, and it's been a low volume week all week. Yesterday was one of the lowest readings on SPX options traded for the entire year.
Yeah.
It was 2.35 million, and so it was just like that's chump change. It's like 50% of what you usually see.
I was expecting the rip up because of it, but we didn't get the Momo trade in there. There was broad base across the whole market. So
yeah, well, there was like initially like right out of open, Nvidia like ripped faces like in the first like 30 minutes. It was up to like 912 or so.
All week though, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you saw SMR dogging all week. Tesla was dogging all week, right?
Yeah.
They weren't ripping.
No, it was.
I bought most of them.
I know you bought Tesla. I did not. I'm still waiting.
I bought the 140, then sold 165, then bought 170 again.
Yeah. Well, no, you made a great trade, man. Like I have I'm not a Tesla bull, so it's just I drive a hybrid Volvo.
Yeah.
So I love that car, and it cost me as much as the Tesla Model Y would. And I have the platinum package on it. It does everything it needs for me to do, and it rides a whole lot better than the Model Y. So I'm not a big fan of Tesla. I think.
Do you think Tesla should go cheaper?
Yeah, it should get priced like a car company, like it is.
Or do you think it should be more, or try to go luxury?
You cannot go luxury in that segment. For what they want to do, they need to do mass produce. They need to go lower.
Yeah.
But they're losing margins. That's the issue, right? They're losing margin.
That's my question is, how do they, or do you think parts of it are, let me just check this really quick. Do you think tariffs and, oh yeah, this is, it's not so bad. There's a little fight going on for the Bulls here. I don't know if it holds, though. I'm not seeing it yet. Getting a failure right now here.
I'm keeping an eye on Nvidia just because that will determine the market. It did bull cross. It's above its hourly and 30-minute triggers. And I think the hourly and 30-minute triggers just about bull cross too. Again, so
let me look over at NVDA with you.
So I would.
I'm waiting to see if this eQuix squeezes more on these guys. NVDA. Let's take a look, brother. That's juicy as fuck. This is like Tesla, man. This NVDA looks great, man.
Yeah, so Mayhem and I, we were talking about this morning.
Oh yeah, the hourly velocity looks like it could start ramping. Daily velo looks great.
Yeah, it's got earnings on the 22nd.
It's got the event, baby. It's the biggest event of the month, right?
It's the biggest event of the quarter. It's the king reporting. That's going to determine where we go after CPI.
That's what I was saying. I was thinking we've got three major, or not major. We got what you figure CPI, NVDA, and then I thought there was another event on the end of month. Let me look at the end of the month.
Yeah, I can probably look.
I asked Scott Vol Wiz about it the other day, and he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, I swear there was something at the end of the month.
Let me see. There's continuing jobless claims on the 18th. And there is the PCE index on the 31st. Yeah, so the core PCE price index is on the 31st month end.
Yeah, it's got. I think that 31st is a big one, right?
Yeah, so core PCE.
Yeah, core PCE will do it.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, we're gonna get PPI next week. We're gonna get CPI next week. Mm-hmm. You can calculate 90% of PCE from that.
You see that we've got a Fed Chair Powell speech on Sunday at 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I see that, and there's no event associated with it. They've sold the vol for it.
Yikes!
The same shit. FOMC minutes are also coming out on the 22nd.
Yeah, that's another big one. We get the minutes.
Yeah, and if I'm looking at vol, I'm gonna compare today's vol to yesterday's. Outside of today, it's about the same. The term structure across the the volatility surface is the same as it was yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
just marginally up. It's not. Nobody's panicking right now.
Nobody, dude. I've been watching the vol structure every day. I posted on the fucking market briefs, and I'm like, I don't know why, but it looks like it's not priced in later in the week. They're not. No one's pricing in volatility on the 14th, 15th. Is this slice? I mean, we have a slightly raised vol surface, but it's not
Yeah.
fucking cranking yet. No one's
No.
pricing it in. So I'm like, all right.
That's gonna happen on Monday morning.
I was saying last week sell vol on Friday, and this week look to buy vol for next week. So
Yeah. So yeah, like buy some puts, man, for next
yeah,
week.
calendar, just a sweet ass calendar spread on vol. Start
Yeah,
the
that's
trade
actually
last Friday, and then you this week we're at the end of the week, so you should be bought, or at this point you should have bought. So if you're selling the vol on the calendar spread last Friday, you're now buying the bottom end and holding them through CPI next week. But now I'm looking at this other shit, dude. I'm like, well, on Sunday we got fucking is does that mean that he comes out on Sunday and tries to quell Monday open or no?
I don't know. What do you know what he's talking about? Is
No,
it
but I
market
think it's
related?
odd that he's. Let me look at it right now. Hold on. Um,
Now, where is he speaking on Sunday?
I'm gonna read it right now. I don't know what it's about, but I think it's kind of fucked up that he's talking on a Sunday. And he's got the minutes coming out on the 22nd, so he's got like CPI. He's like a Twinkie with a creamy. He's the creamy filling between CPI fucking numbers and minutes. So does he try to quell?
3:30 speech. It doesn't say anything where it is.
Doesn't say shit.
519. No, I'm looking at it. Let me see view month. Maybe they have more details here.
Hey, we got Powell on Sunday next Sunday is gonna be wild as fuck likely.
Oh, he's not going to talk about it's at the Georgetown law commencement ceremony in Washington.
Okay, cool.
So he's speaking.
He's not gonna do anything like
No, he's going
buy
to
the
tell
dip.
the lawyer. No, he's going to
Happy graduation.
He's going to go tell lawyers to go work for an investment bank and
That's right.
Treasury secretary. They could end up being Fed chair as well, because that's what he is, right? He's a lawyer from Georgetown.
He bankrupted a bank, dude. I think it was a Kansas City bank he bankrupted. Get yourself into a bank, bankrupt it, and then you can be the Fed chair.
I think it was he's brought in. I'm unfamiliar. I'll have to ask Andy Constant about that. But yeah, so I think it's not gonna be a market moving thing. That's why there's no vol associated with it, because it's like a graduation speech.
Yeah, I would doubt that he gets that. I don't think there'd be any volatility from that.
No.
He's not gonna mix like fucking Fed bullshit in a commencement speech, is he?
No. Unless he chooses to.
Yeah, I know. Buy the dip. Ding! Sunday futures rip.
Yeah.
Our markets are strong.
Yeah. Yeah, this is looking dicey again.
Yeah, I'm looking to jump in on this, but I need to see price. I need to see price get above 51 521. I need to see this right here. And if I get in, I might take a call spread if I can see a new high right there. And see this cross up here with the 5-minute trigger, but I haven't seen it. So 1 and 5-minute trigger. I haven't seen it, so no deal for me yet.
So let me ask you a question, and this is I've kind of constantly struggled with this a little bit when I use the triggers.
Good.
There's three instruments, primary instruments for the S&P 500: ES futures, SPY.
I use each one independently when they're only open.
So right now, all three are open. Which one would you think is stronger?
SPY or SPX would be my favorites. But if only ES is open, you track ES.
Gotcha.
For me personally, but I have to say something else. They trade independently at times too when they're both open. So you'll see stretching, let's say, an ES that corresponds with the ES triggers. That does not quite correspond with SPX or SPY. The other note that I would make on this is I do really well using the triggers on indexes. but they work best on individual symbols. They're more true outside of event vol than the indexes are. There's a little there. I think I find them more sloppy on indexes than I do on tickers.
Gotcha.
So that's another thing to highlight there.
Yeah, no,
Good,
I
great
appreciate
questions,
that.
by the way.
Yeah, I look at it because I'm like, okay, so on ES, like right now, and if I look at ES, the 1 minute is about to cross the hourly to the downside, right? But if I look at SPX, the
It can give
hourly
you a
is still
future
higher.
idea for future price after the close in the market too. Yes, it does impact that way.
Yeah. So
I see us
anyway,
going down. Well, not going down. I think we're done here going down. But I do think that we fail this new high. I do think we ramp up into this close. Personally, I think we do like the creepy crawly up the Wally for Friday, and then we
if
start
David
selling
AMS
Monday.
is here, if David AMS is here, he might correct me, but this looks like accumulation.
Yeah, I think we're going up for the close. David, are you here? Do you think we creepy crawl? Let's ask some people in the chat. You guys respect a bunch of traders in here. John L, if you're here. David AMS, Short Seller ST. Anyone else out there that is well respected wants to chime in? Do any of you guys think we do the creepy crawly or the hard sell into the bell? I think we got one more push going on up here. Velo looks kind of strong right now on the 30-minute basis. So I think the only thing that sucks about this is, well, not suck, but I don't want to trade that. I mean, I might trade it, but it's still a garbage trade.
Let me see what I'm seeing in options land.
We got Fed speakers the next 2 hours that could dampen price. Here, let's look on a higher time frame here. Let's have a peek here and see what we can see in higher frame.
By the way, has anybody ever complimented you on the beautiful cable management on your two PCs?
Whoa, dude. It's gotten worse. I've got so I'm in the middle of changing the office.
Yeah.
And so I'm pulling all these cables out because I'm putting a new audio system in. I've got 20-foot XLRs running across my desk right now. I gotta usually have it all tucked behind and perfect. So I've been pulling cables and all this other nonsense. It's getting even worse. So look right here real quick. No, yes, I've ever gotten complimented. I used to have great cable management. My cable management is atrocious right now, brother. It's some of the worst I could ever have.
But it looks good from here, so.
It does?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, look at this. I should pull one of these out. I got an XLR cable just dangling over here. I'll take a picture of it when it's done. Or maybe, I'll take a picture of it while I'm still working right now because it's atrocious. Here, let's delete all this really quick. Or not delete, but yeah, fuck this. We'll just get rid of it. We'll come back to it later. So on a 4-hour basis, on SPOOs, right? You guys see this candle right now? I want to show you guys this candle, right? So on a 4-hour basis, this is where the buyers stepped in down here. This is where the sellers stepped in up here. There's no real decision right now on this candle. Do you see that? And they're pushing price down right now, okay? Now the buyers are actually here. Buyers are right here, right? Push it up, push it up. Now, if the buyers are still here, you're questioning if buyers are still here. They want the best possible price they can get, right? So we're going to draw something really quick in here. Just something really simple down in here. Bam, right in here. See that right there? Whoop. So if you were a buyer and you wanted an end of the day push, let's see where they would be in here, okay? And we want to be checking this candle right here too, okay? You see this candle? So we're going to draw this little yellow line right here. Make that yellow. Make that green. We're going to go back to a smaller time frame. 1 and 4 hour. I'm going to show you something really quick here. See it? Where does that line up? This is a 1 hour time frame. You can see the accumulation here, accumulation here. So if you wanted to put some stops down below, you'll know the buyers are gone, right? So how do we trade this? We trade this with, hey, you got a new low and then a new low underneath the hourly trigger. You know that we're going downtown, right? We're going to trade the next 4 hour bar all the way down. So as of right now, buyers are still viable in here. So 30-minute trigger now. We'll look at it here with those two bars I just drew in, that green bar and that yellow bar. Then we're going to go down to a 1-minute basis right now. And what can we see here? What can we see here? So we'll get rid of, we don't need this green bar anymore. What can we see here? If you're looking to be a buyer here, this should be your last case scenario. And look what it lines up to. See it? Lines up right here. That low tick showing you that the buyers are there. Last known buyers are actually right here in a 4 hour basis. So bulls still have a chance here. They have not given up that box. So we'll make this a little bit smaller. Personally, for me to see the buyers winning, I want to see price. For me to get risk on here into the bell, I'm checking specifically that high right there. I just want the high tick. Then I want the comeback down right here. And then I'm off and running. So here, right here.
Yeah. So,
and I want to see the bull cross. Right? I want to see the bull plane. There's your 5-minute trigger right there coming up. You see your 1-minute trigger right here. Right? Somewhere in there. And what you're looking for is knowing that these buyers are real on a 4 hour basis. You want to see them run over these sellers. And on a pullback, you already know that they're here. So stops below. And look for a slow grind at best up until the end of the day over here. Your target for the upside is going to be, believe it or not, a failure of 523.60. I know that sounds crazy to you. A low-end target would be this prior high right here. So you got a couple PTs here. You got one right here. 522. You can start to map it out into the close. You got a yellow bar right there. See it now. You would actually from here be looking for your next high. Probably a failure there, right? Somewhere in there, a failure. Look back for another test. This is where you get your grinding, right? That bullshit with the 5-minute. Get a new high right there. Grind it out. Right? Let's take a look at that.
So
and here is your 1600 right there. So there you go. Stops underneath.
Yeah.
Now, personally, if you were to do this properly, you would buy S&P 500. You'd actually buy shares. And you would you wouldn't have stops here. You would short on a new low down here, where this says stop. If you would actually continue to own the S&P 500, and if you saw the counter trade to this, as Velo's kind of shitty, you would be looking for the new low. That's that previous low right there. Looking for that new low right there. And then one more right here. Bam, bam. The cross would be complete. You'd get the 1-minute trigger down here. 5-minute would follow, and then a bloodbath would continue into the bell down to the downside. Last problem here would be a pin. Today's Friday. So for the neutral trade here, we're at what? 520. And this is the danger here, right? They grind you for spreads that are on the market to trade 520 into Friday here. Parking the bus. Your most probably the best trade or the most probable trade is a grind sideways into the close. I'd give that I don't know, 45% chance, maybe less. 45% chance. This trade up here, maybe 30% chance, something like that. And then 25 to the downside. Something like that. Off the top of my head. Because Velo or hourly Velo it's getting better, but it's still kind of neutral. It's not bearish, so if it's not bearish, we're not going. This is your lowest probability. Our highest probability being neutral is somewhere range bound into the close. Because we are climbing a little bit in velocity, I'll give you maybe number 2 going to the upside of the close here.
Hey,
and you got buyers still parked, so highest probability sideways into the bell. Next highest probability to the upside. Last probability to the downside. Am I wrong on that or right? I don't know. Your probabilities will increase below 519.57, of course, that we're going to get bearish. They change over time too.
This kind of jives with a chart I just posted in the Discord.
Let me take a peek.
It's from options depth. I don't know if you want to like show it here.
Yeah, I'm going to show it here, man. We'll show it.
Yeah.
Give me a second here. I'll bust it out. How you doing, man? How's everything going? How's the fam?
Fam's good. I had a couple of procedures I needed to get done, so that's why I wasn't really trading actively. So I kind of got that behind me. And there's reno happening at my house, which is a pain in the ass.
What's happening in your house?
Renovations.
Renos. Oh, I should say sweet. On the one hand, sweet, but then on the other hand, not so sweet, right?
No, not at all. Especially since the contractors are taking fucking forever to do.
Always, brother.
Yeah. So, anyways, so I wanted to highlight this because I really like these charts that Options Depth puts out. What we're seeing in this chart. So this is a charm map of dealer positioning as of close yesterday. So this is kind of a guide as to where price can get stuck or where it can get pinned or like where's the upside possible move. What we're really looking for is like the end of day period, like the last like half hour. Right. The orange areas in general means that there are suppressive flows based on options positioning, dealers options positioning. So if price is in the orange areas, dealers are actually like selling the underlying.
Yep.
In the blue areas, dealers are supportive. Dealer actions are supportive.
Yep.
The chart is supportive, so they'll be buying the underlying. It's strongest towards the end of the day. Now we are sitting in this channel between two gamma nodes. My thinking is if we don't kick up above 5225 SPX, we're looking at a pin at 5200, which happens to be the largest gamma node.
You got it.
Right?
Yep.
If we kick up above 5225 before around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there is a very good chance we go to 5250 SPX. So which goes to the top of the bar that you talked about.
Yeah, we break the next local resistance and we start moving.
Right. So
we go to 5250.
Yeah.
No, there's 104 million on gamma on 5250. If we can break above that, bro, we really start fucking moving. Like we really.
But then we
bring up above 5250, you're going to 5300.
Yeah, but not today.
No, I know. You know what I mean.
5270, you see that, right? Like there's going to be selling there. Like,
so you're looking for a bounce on 5200 possibly on before the end of the day and then a rip or no?
No, so the way I'm looking at it is I need to see a kick soon. or I am thinking that they're gonna like 5,200 is the most likely place to park it. If they don't get the kick, because the thing is, these black lines that are the borders.
That's like 518.20. Like we need to be at 518.20 on SPY to even be buying a dip, right? If we lose this right now, something like that.
5,200 would is about 518.
Yeah, 518 on SPY. Yep.
Yeah, so that's kind of, and if you see like 5,200, like right above 5,200, there's like a lot of orange, a lot of dark orange.
Mm-hmm.
That means it's selling over there. But right under there, from 5,190 to 5,200, you have a lot of dark blue, which means like prices really support, like options are really supportive right there.
Mm-hmm.
So
I've been watching the dealers selling strength and then supporting the whole way the past week. It was making my eyes bleed.
Yeah, man, this is like a really catatonic price action this last like
Dude, fucking murdering me.
So
I figured it out, dude, 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I knew better, and I was like, I know exactly what's happening. And then yesterday, I fucking made money, and then I got smoked. We just back tested that 5-minute trigger the whole fucking day. And I'm like, I should be trading futures today or spreads. Why the fuck am I trading zero dates? I know better.
Yeah. Yesterday was,
no volatility.
Yeah, except the kick on futures towards the end of the day, which was incredible.
It was incredible end of day.
Yeah, so I was sitting
into 415. It was incredible.
Yeah, I was sitting in some longs and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna lose money on this. I'm about to.
No, they printed all into the end.
Yep.
David. Hey, let's go see something over here. Let me go main screen. David, can you give us an update on what your thoughts are on the close today? What are your thoughts on end of day close? Hold on here. We're gonna see. Looks like David said he was gonna post something in the Discord.
He posted it in the chat.
Futures.
Yeah, he posted charts in the Pro Traders chat. I have to say, David's charts are so beautiful looking.
They're gorgeous, dude. He makes the gangster charts. Let's look at so if you're not a pro trader, if you're just a supporter, we have a bunch of different rooms inside the Discord for pro traders. We've got we've got people that draw charts all day long. We've got David drawing out charts all day long, posting inside of this Discord channel. I'll show this to you guys right now real quick. Let me move this over. Oops, sorry about that. David, do you want to talk about any of these charts in the chat really quick? Let me see if I can make this larger. Bam, bam, bam. Here we go. Let's see what he's saying in here. David's saying, see chart on true opens, typical behavior, shorts being accumulated above longs below. True week open was tested to the tick. Also on the low, my over-under is midnight open. Hope it makes sense. Same story on ES. Move this chat over here for a minute. Slide that over. Let's see if we can click on this and make it larger. Can I open this in browser maybe? There we go. They bought it again, huh? Look at that shit. So this is the true New York open down here, and they're still accumulating right here. You see them accumulating over here? So they're accumulating here in the morning, and they did it again at 12 o'clock. So the buyers are still there. I think that's what David's saying. They are accumulating still. They have not left the market yet. Let me see here. Yeah, so see how he's saying typical behavior, shorts being accumulated above, longs below. So he's showing the accumulation of shorts on the upsides, and then on the downsides, the accumulation of longs. Just ping-ponging it back and forth. So it looks like the buyers are still here. It looks like, from what I can see, unless... yeah, all right, David, I got this right? All right, I got it, brother. So, yes. So David likes to talk about, and you know about this, TPC, David likes to talk about the opens and closes of markets around the world. And are they buying, or where are they buying? Where are they accumulating, and where are they selling on those opens and closes? And then specific time periods throughout the day. And are they still there, or are they gone? Right. So there is still accumulation in the marketplace right now. Still accumulation in the marketplace for end of the week. Yeah, so we'll pay attention. All right, TPC, dude, I want to say something to you, man. I love you, brother, and I
Thanks,
really
man.
appreciate you showing up today.
Oh,
More,
I was available.
dude, you've been busy,
And
haven't you?
I've been kind of swamped recently. So yeah, it's been good to kind of like get in the markets this week and make some money, lose some money. So
Yeah, I win a lot, so I'm like, yeah, I've had a couple bad weeks though, but I've had like fucking 7 or 8 kick-ass weeks, so I'm kind of due for some losses. Statistically, I'm actually
yeah,
due for some losses.
it's mean reversion, man.
Fuck
So,
me, man. I'm like, bam, 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 bam. I'm like, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna definitely lose one of these weeks, or it's been 2 big ones. So,
yeah,
whatever. It happens.
I'm
You
looking at
can't win.
this.
If I'm fucking winning every goddamn week, I'm either lying or it's not real, right? So,
Yeah, I'm long NQ and gold right now. Gold position is going well. NQ position is not going well. I should probably add more, but I don't want to add more exposure. I'm looking at Dixie right now, and Dixie is kind of uh, rejecting the 5 minute trigger. The 5 minute, 30 minute have also crossed over in a bearish stance. I
yeah,
want
Dixie,
Dixie
look, dude,
to,
Dixie's bearish, brother.
yeah, so I want Dixie to nuke
Me too.
ASAP.
Like
So
nuke it on a
Dixie,
fucking Friday, run fucking HYG up and on a Friday is all like that's normal too, right? Run it up or down to the depths of hell into
you
a
know what?
Friday close and
Since
restart it again on Monday, right? Get HYG down nice and high to be shorted into the ground into
you
the
know,
PPI and CPI prints, right? Makes sense, doesn't it?
it does. And you know what? I'm gonna do something. It's Friday. It's fucking Friday.
It's
Let me
fucking
see
Friday,
something.
man.
So,
HYG's looking bullish again too. Look at HYG.
uh, call expiration today. Strike.
Making it more in the money though. More in the money. Anything out of the money, anything like 30, 20 deltas been getting destroyed. Destroyed, dude. Not destroyed, just whips on. If it doesn't
Okay.
close a strike or two in the money, they're stinky.
Okay. I'm taking a smallish bet.
All right.
Uh, I'm buying 5240 calls for 20 cents a piece.
Yeah, dude, Velo looks good on a 1 minute basis. 30
If it's
minute
gonna,
Velo
if
on
it's
30-minute Velo doesn't look too bad.
Yeah.
On
So
we're on the downside of Velo on HYG, which is good, always good for an upside move. I'd rather be there than an upside. Velo on HYG. So yeah, dude.
so
Quick little
yeah,
pop.
I just put in $100 worth. So let's see.
US 10-year yield, is that some kind of resistance? Maybe a back check on the hourly trigger. Might get
I
a
mean,
pop here
TLT
at
is
least.
turning up. TLT is turning up. So, and SPY is starting to turn up too. I just need Dixie to nuke and we'll fly.
See here, and we'll make this smaller here, or make that. There we go. A little bit smaller. Can I catch one more low down here? I might join you. Um, what about what was the last thing? I had one more thing I wanted to bring up with you, and I forget what it was. I got one more thing for you though. I lost track of it earlier, but I had one more thing I wanted to bring up for you, brother, and I fucking forget it now.
It's all right.
Um,
Whenever you get remember it.
Gotta
Um,
remember it, man, because I got one more thing for you. Um, what was it? It was important too. I've been trying to catch up with people, and I wanted to catch up with you, and I totally forget what it was. Dang it. Anyways, um, what it's market related too is an important question I had for you. Something I wanted to tap into your extensive wealth of knowledge. But whatever, I'll remember it again in the future. How often do you post those? I see them inside the Discord frequently. How often are you getting those digests out? That's a lot of work, man.
No, actually, it's not because it's literally me pressing a button at 4:05 p.m.
And you're just calculating everything, and then you're putting it on
And it,
a sheet.
yeah, so what it does, it runs all the scripts to generate all the charts and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like first, it goes and gets all the data, puts it in my database. Then it goes and does all the calculations, makes all the charts. I
Mm-hmm.
make the chart in an HTML format, and then I take a screenshot of that HTML format so that it's like nicely formatted. So it's all automated at this point.
Do you automate the running the script,
Yeah.
like where it automatically does it for you, or are you manually
No,
going in and running the script?
I mean, I could set up a cron job, but the thing is, I didn't want to because I don't want to run it every day either. Because a lot of the times it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So I try and do it like every 3 or 4 days. I generate them for myself. Like I pull in the data every day,
Mm-hmm.
but I generate the whole digest, like every 3 or 4 days, just to kind of see like what's changed, what I should be thinking about.
That's a fair
And
point.
yeah, so and then like if I generate it, I'll usually throw it in the Discord just because
Do you
I
ever get
have it.
dirty data? Like gamma can be dirty if it's after 4:30 or before 8:30, 9:30 in the morning.
Um, so I don't collect that data myself,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I am in the digest, none of that data. There's no options related stuff. It's literally what happened as of today on price, on all of these things. Because
So you're waiting for official closes and all this stuff
yeah,
at that point, right?
yeah, yeah. And so I just kind of like leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, yeah, that's kind of like like that's how often I generate these. Like it's like in 3 or 4 days, and if I do, I just throw them in the Discord. Is your Discord that I throw them into? I throw them on my in the private subreddit I'm in.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's pretty much it. The overlayer, I look at it every day. That gets generated every day
Yeah.
because I want to like look at how things have changed. And I kind of make a mental note of, and I should probably do it in a much more.
Which one's the overlayer again?
The analogs from different time windows as to with current price action.
Let me see. Let me look at that again. Make sure. I might want to put that in my
The stuff
routine.
Yeah, the top stuff, the top of the chart, the digest, the SPX overlay, the presidential overlay, the RUT, and the IXIC overlayers. I generate those every day just to kind of like see how the correlations are changing, because what can happen is like like we're not going to follow one trend line all the way through, right?
Do you want me to start highlighting that in the brief, or do you want me to start talking about it on stream, or would you appreciate that, or don't want that, or
I mean, dude, it's just
whatever you want?
uh I don't know. I mean, if it helps people, it's fine. Like I am not really looking for you know people will be like, oh my god, this is awesome. But I think it provides value because it kind of shows you like possible future pathways when price has been similar.
Well, you know what
So
else too, man, is you get people like I feel like a lot of my job is turning into um saying to somebody something repetitively over and over and over, and it's become more so recently to be like, uh this is what a vol curve is. Look at how it changes over time. This isn't priced in. This is priced. And I talk about it for like 5, 6 weeks, and I stop talking about it. I'm like, this is this over here, and we're going to talk about it, 10 times so that you get the gist of it. I don't need you to know the intricacies of the vol curve. I just need you to be able to look at it if somebody's posting it out there and fit to it,
right.
and have a general idea of what the vol curve does, right?
Yeah.
Um,
I think it's
and
also
put it some
because
and getting it into their routine so they look at it every day. And you're saying you use this in your routine every
every
morning,
night,
right?
every night, yeah,
Every
every
night,
night I
yeah.
look at that. And I'll also look at like some scanners that I have, what positioning was open. Like sometimes
What's your routine? Tell us your whole routine for a day as it relates to the market. Start like I wake up in the morning, I do this, and this is when I go to bed at nighttime. Or how about we start with the end of the day? Market closes until you wake up for the next day. Let's start there. It's the
so
best time. After 4:30 p.m., what do you do?
okay, so I'll tell you what I do at 4 p.m. 4 or 5.
Yes.
If I'm there, if I'm at my desk, I'll start, the data collection process. Um, and generate the overlayers. And if I'm generating the digest, do that as well.
Do you do the overlayers on a smaller time frame, or just get a feel for the market from it on that higher time frame?
Just on the higher time frame, I don't need to like. There's the shorter the time period you do, the more like false positives you're gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really want to deal with that. And
That's just for a general feeling in the market, right?
yeah, yes. Then the next thing I look at is like what ERs happened, if there's like a big ER happening or not. Kind of keep an eye on futures, like how they're reacting to it. Um, so that's something I keep an eye on healthcare ERs, and I keep an eye on semiconductor ERs a fair bit. Just to kind of like, because I think it's the new digital, it's the new gold is those two sectors. So I kind of like keep an eye on those two. Um, and then what I do next is usually, if I'm going to post the overlay on my in the subreddit, I do that. Then it's by the time it's like 5 o'clock, it's time to think about dinner and all of that jazz. And then around 6 o'clock, I'll see how futures have opened up, because futures start trading at 6. So I'll see how that goes. Then I will it's like family time, whatnot. And then around like 9 o'clock or so, Asian session is open.
So you are watching the opens of each session then along the way, aren't you? Or paying attention to what they do?
Yeah, yeah. And that kind of tells you, like, because the thing is, I didn't use to trade futures. So I had no way of hedging overnight.
Yeah.
But now I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not doing prop trading or anything. I'm trading my own capital on futures. So like I'm a little bit more conservative
Yeah.
on how I would be doing this. But it's actually helped me quite a bit. You know, Apple's ER, you were like, shit, go long NQ and just stay there. you know? Uh,
I
uh,
traded SPY. I traded instead of trade. I thought trading. I didn't trade Apple directly. I was apprehensive. We have to talk. I still haven't addressed that either.
oh, I get it. I was apprehensive too, man.
Oh, you were?
Because
I am still apprehensive about Apple.
they're fantastic at financial engineering, is all what I've got from this ER.
Yeah,
$110 billion buyback, the largest since 2018 or so.
agreed with that.
So that's financial engineering. That's
Yes, it is.
going up.
100%.
So there's no innovation happening. The as
That's a
much as
great
I
way to
like,
describe it. Financial engineering. Absolutely. Or I shouldn't be swearing on that, but uh,
yeah,
they have really dangerous, uh, really super dangerous divergence in higher time frame velocity, monthly,
yep.
quarterly, and 6 month, I believe, if you turn it on, and it's really dangerous. Like now, this is over the next 1 to 3 months, but I expect some really bad shit coming from. Now, and I agree with you on that, right? If they hadn't done the buybacks,
It wasn't a great quarter.
no, and
No,
people.
so
Wall Street's divesting, dude. Before Berkshire came out and said that, you and I were talking about it in stream. And I was
yeah,
like, they're divesting right now. You can see it under the surface.
yeah.
No one owns that stock, man. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody owns that stock. They're bag holding smaller investors. They are. They're leaving. Someone's being bag held right now. And I don't know who it is, but
Yeah,
100%.
and so with Apple though, I am still optimistic because
Mm-hmm.
I do think they do have a growth story in Southeast Asia and India,
Mm-hmm.
given the fact there's so many people who did not buy Apple devices because they were too expensive because they were manufactured in China, and now they're becoming cheaper. Like India has this thing where you have to make them in the country in order to, sell them in the country, and they've been doing gangbusters in India. So, um, so there is that growth story, and like there's 1.4 billion people in India. Even you get 10% to adopt iPhones, that's 140 million new users. And it's not about the device that you sell, it's the ecosystem, the app store, the financial credit stuff that they're starting to do. That's where the growth in my mind lies for Apple. Then the other thing is with Apple, they were the first ones to have, believe it or not, a daily usable AI
Mm-hmm.
in the form of Siri, right? If you look at Siri, what is it? It's an AI tool that they had with natural language processing. Like what we're calling AI is basically advanced machine learning algorithms, anyways, right now. So that to me is like
Was Siri a WLLM or is it what is it, a true LLM or
Siri.
no?
No, I actually don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Because Siri came from Dragon Dictate. They bought out Dragon software. If you remember, like 10, 15 years ago, like if you were doing text to speech
Yeah, text to
on
speech
the
was the OG, right?
so yeah, so sorry, speech to text. Dragon Dictate was like the market leader, and Apple ended up buying them, and that went into Siri. That technology went into Siri. So so from that perspective, like I think Apple is like one of the best companies out there. Um, which was a leader, but they haven't gotten on the AI train. But let's be honest, man, like if they wanted to, they have the wherewithal to make on-device inference a reality, and they can do it better than ARM or than AMD. The only competitor they have to an extent is Qualcomm. But Apple's in-house chip development is a big competitive advantage for them. So there are things there that I like about Apple. But this quarter was mostly about the buybacks, $110 billion in buybacks. And you read the Nomura note. I heard you read it on stream the other day. Charlie McElligot's note about Apple basically creating a latent buyer in
Yeah.
the markets that's going to be vol suppressive and supportive in the market. And that's
Mm-hmm.
kind of like where I stand too. Like as at the end of today, 90% of the S&P 500 has reported, and almost all of them are doing buybacks. So there's going to be huge buyback windows
Huge, dude.
open. So that's kind of supported. So even if
Did you see
they're
those
about to see,
buyback charts I showed or no? Let
oh,
me show. All right, as you keep talking about your process, I keep bringing stuff up in the background to show to you. So continue to talk.
anyway,
I'll
so
show it later. Keep talking.
yeah, we got digressed from that. So let's go back to the process.
I'm gonna bring something else up for you.
Yeah, and then I'm an early riser. I'm usually up around like 4:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like it doesn't matter if I go to sleep at
Me
like
too.
midnight or if
Me
I
too, dude.
go to sleep at like 2 a.m. I'll wake up at 4:30 in the morning,
I am,
and that
dude. I will literally go to bed right, like 9, or I do my brief at 9. I started at like 8, 9. Well, normally 9 o'clock because I want that 9 o'clock hour to open, and then for Asian markets, and then I'll write the brief. I'll try to get done if I can by 10 or 11. I go to bed and I wake up, dude, at 2, and then I wake up at 4. Briefly, I wake up and actually leave a laptop on a desk next to my bed, and I chat. I leave it on all night long. I really do that, dude.
that's not really good for your sleep, man.
I know. I leave it on low. I keep it on really low, like I turn the blue light thing on, and it's like super
Yeah,
dark. But I will literally wake up, look over, and check futures. I shit you not. I
yeah.
actually do that, and then I do it at 4 a.m. again.
So usually, then I will when I wake up, I'll like see the market. I got TradingView on my phone and Trade08 if I want to like open up a futures
Uh
position or something. Kind of digest the news that came out of China, well, out of Asia and Middle East. I'll read that news, and I'll usually be like while I'm reading that, I'm either on the treadmill or like I'm working out before my day
can't believe I'm
gets
admitting
started.
this. Continue.
Yeah. And so then in the morning, like by 6:30, like I'm done. I'm like I kind of like know what I'm going to be doing for the day, and then it's like a wait for the data drops,
You don't
which
watch any
happens.
YouTube shows out there at nighttime. You don't read any specific. You don't like get the spot gamma report at nighttime. You don't do any of that
Oh,
stuff.
yes, yes, yes. Oh, sorry, I totally skipped all of that. Before
Ah,
like sorry. So around like 9:30 or so, I'll go read the GS color. I'll see if Charlie had a note earlier in the day. I'll see like if there's any like.
Say that again. What do you read? GS color?
Yeah. So GS.
Explain this to the audience.
Goldman Sachs, their trading desk at the end of every day, around like 4:30, 5 o'clock, they'll put out like a one pager, like it's a one-page note as to like what happened in the market.
How do you get that?
So you can subscribe if you are a investor.
That's right.
With GS, or you have friends that are.
You have friends that are. What's the? Can't you get it through? I thought you could get those notes also through. I know that a lot. I know this is a political thing, but I thought Zero Hedge also was it Zero Hedge or?
No, I don't subscribe to Zero Hedge at all. I do not like the guy.
Yeah, I know. They're very like lightning bolts. I thought it was them or it was. There's a news feed where you can get it from too, but I thought there was two other options for the GS.
Here we go. By the way,
what's that?
We're going. It's
going.
The SPY is starting to do something.
They're accumulating.
Yeah. So what's it? So Carson, our friend Carson.
Yeah.
Vol Signals. He shares some of them with me, like stuff he finds interesting outside of all of that. But the GS color note is really interesting to me because it goes into granularity. It goes into some granularity as in like on their desk, how did hedge funds position themselves? How did long only funds position themselves? If they have any CTA notes, they'll share those. They'll show if there was a buy skew or a sell skew compared to a 30-day skew that they have on their desk.
I get a news feed with that note in it every day or throughout the day. If they any notes that they release, I get that note throughout the day on a news feed that I pay for.
Yeah, so it's fantastic because now listen carefully, everybody. If you're listening, if you're a retail trader like me, people working on Wall Street are not smarter than you.
Nope.
People working on Wall Street do not have more training than you. A lot of them are 25 to 45-year-old men who got into this earlier in life. That's it. That's the only difference between you and them, and the fact that they have access to research data that you as a retail trader don't have.
And they've got a DM system.
Yes.
A good one.
A good one on Bloomberg. And
they're more friendly with each other than you guys are as retailers.
Yeah. We like shitting on each other on Twitter all the time. These hedge fund guys don't.
Those guys work hand in hand.
Because the thing is, they know they're going to be each other's counterparty forever.
That's right.
For as long as they're in the business, right? So the only difference between them and us is the fact that they get information before us, good quality information before us. And by the time it makes its way out to us, or we suss that information out through things like, the charts that I make and whatnot, those guys can see that in like 2 seconds. I have to calculate it at the end of the day. It's trading in the market, making money. The edge has always been information asymmetry, right? And who gets information faster is the only thing that determines how much more money than you're making than your peers. So, all of this information is easily available to institutional traders. It's not easily available to us, and it costs us money. And that's the only difference. So that's my spiel. I know so many traders that are retail traders that could run circles around a lot of Wall Street types in just pure trading, price action, in fundamental analysis, really well versed. The only thing that is different between them and Wall Street is the fact that Wall Street has better information and gets it faster.
Absolutely.
Yep. So, anyways,
so you get the GS color note. You consume that. What's your favorite nighttime? If you were to, I watched YouTube for the first time in like months the other night.
I watch anime, man. You can all laugh at me, but I love anime. I love anime that's targeted. That's like action anime. So like,
what's your favorite anime right
now? My Hero Academia. It's last. I think it's the last season. The 7th season just started. It is no filler. it has been 6 seasons of bang on action, and it is great. It is really, and it has like a good meaning behind it too, right? So
Dude, my youngest daughter, that's all we watch. We either watch in our house we watch anime or Korean soaps.
yeah, yeah. So Jujutsu Kaisen, yes, I like that too. I also like JoJo, and I also like, all right, give me a second, guys.
I'm reading your chat right now. Yeah, my kid likes JoJo. One Piece is awesome. I really want what I've been missing right now is I feel like I'm not getting enough I miss movies and TV that drag me out of reality, and I don't break the I feel like I can just get lost in it. I don't feel like I see a lot of that right now. I'm having a hard time decompressing or a breadth of shows to decompress to. You know what I thought about what rewatching? Someone made a King of the Hill joke. There was a very serious conversation I was reading yesterday, and someone made a King of the Hill joke, and I was like, I got to go back and watch that show. I've seen it like a million times, but it's like I just want to get absorbed in something where my brain turns off and I can just lose all thought process. Do you guys feel like that about TV or movies right now? That you're not able to escape? Like, I feel like movies and TVs are like, oh, we're going to do politics today. I'm like, I don't want to fucking do politics. Uh, we're going to do this today. I'm like, I don't want to do that today. I just want to do fucking something that pulls me out.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
TPC's
Someone's cooking
inside.
up,
Oh,
and
sub or
I need
dub?
to go take care of this.
Subtitles are. Do you dub or subtitle TPC?
Um, uh, Subtitle.
You do the subtitles. Okay.
Yeah. Uh, but I'm sorry. I really need to run. I need to go do. I just got a call,
No
and
worries, my man. You take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. Follow Trader Podcast on Twitter. He's in our Discord. He drops digests every day, 1 to 3 days. Don't hesitate to at him. His handle in Discord is at Podcast Trader, I think. Just type in at PODCASTE and you'll find him. Reach out to him. Also find him on Reddit. He is semi-famous. He does all of the JPOW meme videos that you find across the internet as well. Big time trader as well. He's also a highly educated statistician, probably in statistics background, I believe. If I'm wrong in any of this, yell at me later, Trader Podcast. And to say thanks to him in the chat, please, before he gets out of here.
Thanks, guys. It's been a pleasure. I'll talk to you later.
All right, thank you, Trader Podcast. See you soon, brother. That was awesome. Cable management over here looks terrible. I look rough, by the way. Sweet. Trader Podcast on, trying to catch some new highs here. Buyers still showing up for a creepy crawly up the Wally, hopefully into the close. If you're going to try to close this out nicely, make sure you grab call spreads in the money or lower. You can grab like a 520, 518 call spread, something like that. Try to capture 10, 20, 30% into the close, even if it closes sideways. Thanks, Nuck and Futz. So check him out. He was one of the big rollers inside of our Discord. Excuse me, inside one of our Discords. I want to talk about a couple things that Trader Podcast brought up earlier. Some important points that he was making. So just briefly, we're going to go over those right now. You're looking for that high up here of 521.38. So just quickly, if you are a pro trader, you already get this from us. If you're a supporter, don't hesitate to ask a pro trader to help you out. So what we do for pro traders is as we come in and out of seasonality on sectors, okay, we run charts for these sectors. And we will tell pro traders, hey, we're coming into seasonality and this sector is turning up. Here are your farther out in time charts. Here's a 4-hour chart, a daily chart that shows you expectations as we come into seasonality. It's turning up or it's turning down still as we come into seasonality. And let's say we're coming out of seasonality and a specific sector is actually beginning to turn down. We let them know that too, like, hey, energy companies and oil and gas is coming into the end of their seasonality, and the charts are showing that as well, or they're still strong right now, but we'll monitor. And then we stop giving you those charts if that seasonality ends. And as we come into that seasonality, kind of the same stuff, right? You got to get the point, right? So I'm going to give you guys something quickly here in the chat. So if you're a pro trader, you need this so that you can ask questions. You're supposed to be asking Kaiser Soze. So I'm going to post this link for you. And hold on here. I just posted it in YouTube. And hold on here. So I want you to make sure you bookmark that link I just sent you, please. Whether you're a pro trader or a supporter, I don't care. All right. Bookmap that link. In Twitch, I'm going to send this to you as well. And we're going to look at it on stream really quick. Because if you see Kaiser Soze inside of the Discord, you can just at him and say, hey, Kaiser Soze, looks like we're coming in and out of this sector. Can you post anything about it? And this can be anything. I don't care if it's rates. I don't care if it's metals, commodities, sectors, whatever it is. So I want to show you this seasonality equity clock really quick. And you see this with hedge funds. We're longing some sectors. And also, they were stopped. There was actually the long-short ratio switched over. They got long on these sectors. And you heard Trader Podcast and Kaiser Soze harping on these sectors weeks ago. So let's take a look real quick as a group at sector rotations and see if there's anything we can glean from late April 15th and 21st, right? That's when we hit that bottom. And into right now, you guys know what sectors are in season right now, and let's see if any of that's true. Maybe on your own, you do your own research and find out, because we know that the yearly seasonal SPX is out of whack, but we also know that the sector seasonals are not truly the case. So let's take a peek at that really quick. So today's Friday. We're going to take a quick peek here. Let's make this a little bit larger. Bam, bam, bam. And let's just take a peek here, right? So right now we're on May 10th. And we're in the middle. We're in the middle right now, believe it or not, of seasonality for the NASDAQ. Right in the middle of it. Peak seasonality for NASDAQ is July 17th. Right, but we're right in the middle of it right now. We can have a dip in there. What else is coming into seasonality? Treasury bonds in 2 days. So what should you be watching? The bond market, right? Longing bonds, maybe 2s and 5s, maybe it's 10s and 30s, maybe it's TLT, maybe it is 2-year, right? Or maybe the 5-year. So if you want to ask Kaiser Soze about that, be like, hey, Kaiser Soze, what's going on? We got Treasury bond season coming into season right now, right? We also want to be looking at what else right now. Energy. See that right there? Energy seasonality ends on May 9th, and we're seeing some major lows in energy companies, right? You can also see the end of that as well in materials and industrials. So they may not be in season, but they might be in a bottom on materials, bottom on industrials, right? You see consumer discretionaries as well. It's kind of this. We're a little bit late at this point. Might not be quite ready yet for just some kind of a dip buy. But then we've got April 25th. What did we hear Trader Podcast talk about? Healthcare, right? Consumer staples, right? Consumer staples. Just getting ramping right now, right? Just beginning their ramp. We also have the middle of technology. Remember, we bought the dip on the 21st of April of XLK, didn't we? Remember XLK? We're like, yeah, we're buying that dip, right? It's just the start of XLK's season, isn't it? Let's take a look down here. We looks like airlines ending the end of their seasonality. Probably trying to be looking for some dips down there in airlines and autos. We've got banks ending on June 4th. They've been cranking, right? MS cranking right now. They've got the end of their seasons June 4th. And then we've got biotech ramping up in June 22nd. We've got the end of gas utilities on June 18th. We've got the beginnings of household goods starting in June 25th. And as a matter of fact, household goods, if you've been watching retail sales, have been dog shit. They've been burning. Next one to be looking at is real estate. I think if you look at Trader Podcast's report, his last digest shows real estate is almost just coming out of the dumpster right now. Not quite yet, but just coming out of the dumpster. So real estate starting up on June 1st. Commodities, April 19th was the end of copper. What else we got here? Gold. Oh, gold, baby. And silver, June 28th to July 27th. And they're getting started early, aren't they? Already getting started early. So it looks like these seasonalities are coming in earlier than expected, right? Earlier than later, huh? We've got crude oil, though, ramping back up in late June. We've got live cattle coming back up in June 23rd. We've got soybeans ending their season, and then wheat thins, starting on June 30th. So keep an eye on major lows and major highs and how the interplay of those major lows and major highs versus their expected seasonality. We know that the averages might be off slightly on these. You might see like a major bottom, let's say, on oil exploration might come early or might come late in the season, but at least you have some kind of an average of when to expect their seasonality to come into play. Main screen. We've got SPOOs now catching a bid. They've got one new high right here. That's very positive. I like it. That's very positive. We'll be looking for another high up here on this 521.38. Very constructive. Very, very constructive. I want to see one more high, though. I want to see that high right there. I want to see that bad boy. I want to see that. I want to see that sauce right there. I want to see that sauce, baby. Give it to me. Give me that sauce into the oh yeah. Oh yeah. Can they do it? Can they do it? Yeah. Can we do it into that close up there? Get that little creepy crawly up the wally. Crawl right up that wall on a Friday. Grab that last little bit to the upside before we get vol next week. Get that 10-year. Well, the 10-year is still looking like it's going up. HYG, blooding, still blooding. We need a little bit of performance here from HYG into the bell. We need that. You ever see that Friday green that Friday like race to the top in HYG. It just sneaks all the way up there. Hasn't happened yet. GME's been doing really well. VIX's still getting blooded, right? Sell vol in the Friday close so you can buy it for Monday. What else we got here? SPX holding on to its bottom right now. IWM on a bottom right now. IWM's lower than I expected it to be. Trading 203.94. Q's more bullish here than IWM. We've got, what else we got here? SQ rejected again, dude. God damn it, SQ. God damn SQ. ASML looking much better. Snow looks better earlier today, but they're dragging ass as well. Tesla dragging ass down low here to 162. Looking for a dip buy at 160 on Tesla. Disney was trying to get higher for the halfback trade. They're failing right now to get that. MS on their path to the upside. We've got a target above of 99.92. They've just been grinding and grinding and grinding. And NVIDIA trying to squeeze higher into this close. We know they've got a huge event on the 25th, probably the biggest bull event of the year. Apple not doing too much right now. They got a giant gap to close down there, don't they? Look at that big old gap they got to close down there. I bet you there's a bunch of bears that just want to rip the shit out of Apple next week. Bears are getting all hard about Apple. They just want to murder it. FDX. Yes, let's take a look at FDX. Absolutely. I want to own FDX like permanently if I can. Nice div stock. Still working their way higher right now. There's FDX. We've got a target price above of 264.09. They're breaking above right now. They're outperforming my expectations. If you're going to have a target for SPX, it's likely going to be, well, hold on here. Right in there. They're not going to give me what I want, are they? Price target of 268.23, 266.59. Let's look at it right there. Get rid of all that clutter. See if they can catch that. See if they can catch that high target. And one other cool thing about this, I've got FDX going down. If FDX is able to get, hold on here, to catch this high at 268. I'm gonna get really bulled up if that's the case. Really bulled up if they can catch that 268 and get that cross of the hourly trigger. Pay attention, because if you see this happen here, they catch that new high. I would be very interested in taking a long there. Very interested in taking a long right there. So maybe we can get FDX to blast off into the bell today. That'd be fucking baller. So keep that seasonality chart at home. If you're ever bored or something, go inside the Discord and be like, Kaiser Soze, I want to know what's going on with this this thing. It's coming into season. Or, hey, man, it's not, or it's leaving season. Do you see a roll coming on this index? I'm not a buyer here in SPY yet. I'm not a buyer here in SPY. Personally, I'm not. But you've had two good tags of the hourly trigger, 1, 2 there. I'm not a buyer yet. I want to see this rip and then that there. I'm a buyer like right here. I want to see a new high, then buy that one. That's my trade right there. Personally. Maybe it'll just run away from me. Maybe it'll just run straight up. But I don't want to get trapped in a sideways trade. No interest in that. What's my take on FL? Florida should not release so much personal information on their residents. Palantir. Let's take, or just FL, PLT, or PLTR. What else do you have there? Say feels like a bull trap. It is a bull trap. We know that it is. I think we talked about that earlier, right? It's kind of a bull trap for next Wednesday, right? Thursday for a down move to the daily trigger. I think we all know that. Or I think we've all said that. But I still want this first before we get that bull trap. I want that roll down right off of this bad boy right here. I want to sell this thing up here. That's what I want to sell. I want to sell that because what I really want to sell is this up here. I want to sell. I want to be a seller here. You know, they squeeze your ass out or some shit into Monday, and then that's the real sell. So I think that's where I think the real sellers are here. Personally. But if this is a bull trap and your real sell is right here, so be it. So be it. If we break the hourly trigger, I'll get on it with you. No, I was fucking with you. I know it's Foot Locker. I was just kidding with you. I was just fucking with you. I was just dicking around with you, man. All right, so what do we got here? Let's take a look. Hold on. All right, so we're going to go Alta. Alta Beauty. It looks great. I'll say this too in Alta. You're asking if this is a bottom, I'm assuming. It looks like it. It looks like it. But it looks like it is, but the thing about catching a falling knife sucks. I want you to know that. Number one, catching a falling knife sucks. There's no reason to catch a falling knife here. I'll be honest with you, there isn't. There's no reason to catch a falling knife here. Normally, you want to see. Normally, when you're catching a falling knife, you want to see nice sideways movement first, and then be buying these bottoms here. I'll be honest with you, it's true. Hourly velocity is a little toppy right now. It's trading $400. If you do want this trade, if you're on this trade because you think, oh yeah, we're going way up to 425, something like that. If you are on that trade, I understand. You've got some roadblocks there. You've got Doom here. Jesus Christ. Man, you got a lot of don't go up there. You got another one right here. I'm going to have to look at Alta on a higher time frame. Because there's a lot of selling going on here, a lot of aggressive selling. This looks like accumulation. This looks like distribution still to me. I'll check it out on higher frames, but I think this is a trap for you, personally. And I'm going to tell you why, too. I can already see it. You've got a fuck ton of people trapped in here. You are below the monthly trigger. That means that Alta is in Bear Town. BEAR. It is in Sell the News, and it's in the middle of accumulation distribution. On a higher time frame, you're probably like, yeah, Cap, we're down here close to the quarterly trigger. That's the double bottom. We're going higher, brother. But I'll tell you what. You see two of these crosses, right? There's one. You see another one. This is just like a 1 minute frame. This is pretty bearish. And on a higher frame for Velo, this looks like on a weekly basis it wants to go down some more. See that? So we might get the rip, but then more down to come. Right? Daily Velo looks okay here. Okay. But this looks really ugly. And this looks really ugly. And this looks really ugly. So I don't think you're done going down in Alta Beauty. I'm not going to give you really a recommendation on this until you're able to do something similar to this work right here. I want to see that work. So you're right here, right? Bam, come back down, back check, finally get above it. New high. This is where you take the trade right there. That's the money trade. A lot of work in there. A lot of danger of being rolled down. Boom, boom. High danger. This is not 2020 vision is not how you trade this stuff. Well, it worked out here, Cap. This is garbage. Garbage data. Garbage. Garbage. Hindsight 2020 causation. All that bullshit. Well, it worked back here, Cap. It should work again. That's not true. You're at low risk or low probability of winning in here, even if you did in hindsight vision. And I know you're thinking the same thing. Yeah, we're gonna win this bad boy, and we're going up. I called the bottom here. I'm telling you that this shit is not going up. It is going to likely the highest probability is a rejection, and you're going to finally tag that 340, 350. That's what I think happens to you. And you might, to be honest with you, way down there, I'll be honest. Not one draw, but it'll be like on a higher frame, it'll be like this. Right there. Right there. And there's your blood trade right there. More than likely, that's going to happen. I'm going to give that like a very high probability. And you're going to get some blood. Look at that doozy of it. Look at that fucking drop right there. Bam. Fuck you. You don't think it's going to happen again? Bam. Fuck you. Consolidation. City in here. And then bam, drop you down. Whole new group of bag holders. Bam, down there. Now you're crying. I'm a bull, by the way. But this is distribution to me. So anyways, looking on higher frames, it's distribution. But in the meantime, if you want to trade this, you can. If I'm wrong and you're right and you think you're going to get above it, your best trade is to wait for price to go above. Catch that daily trigger, catch that hourly trigger, and have some Momo behind you to recover all of that stuff. So this stuff's dangerous down here. So I'm not going to give you any kind of what to expect. I will say this, though. I will say this about Alta. You got a lower high here. That's not good. You see that? You got a lower high. I guess you're trying to count this move maybe to there and that move to there. I'd really like to see, or not like to see, but I'll say this to you. Here's your path. That's wrong already. $409. Yeah, it looks right. Hold on here. Man, I don't know. And if you think that this is over, something like that, but I don't think it's over. This is invalid below this low down here. Invalid with new lows. I'm pretty fucking bearish on this one. There's your Alta. Still no new high on SPY. Still no new high on SPY, so I still don't like it. Still don't like SPY here into the close. They had a high. They beat this high, but I want that high right there. I want to see us get above that. Still hasn't happened yet. So no trade on SPY for me. I'm in no calls or anything. Alta did that one. Next one, Foot Locker. And there was one other. You're still bearish on Foot Locker? Oh God, dude. No. Holy fuck. Is Foot Locker gonna go bankrupt? Anybody know? Jesus Christ. Is it? What's going on with Foot Locker? Palantir was the other one, right? PLTR. What's the deal with Foot Locker? What do I not know about Foot Locker? If I had to guess, I'd have to look into this one. You're seasonally ready for Foot Locker to take off. You are seasonally ready for sneakers to take off. I'm missing something here. Foot Locker. If I had to guess, I'm being honest here. If I had to guess, Foot Locker will be repriced. If I had to take a guess. Let me ask you a question. I don't know enough I haven't done any research on Foot Locker in a long time. So I got to be honest with you. If you are a Foot Locker person, it looks like it was at one time a $2 stock, right? It recently traded at $15, and that was 2020, and it just traded $14.68. How do you like $10? How do you like $10? Does it suck right now? Foot Locker looks like a real true repricing event. I could be wrong here. Series of higher low, major higher lows. You fucking just went lower than the COVID low. That's not good. That really is not good. To go lower than the COVID low is pretty fucked up. I don't want to touch this one either. I'll tell you this. It looks like a repricing event. That's what it looks like. It looks like, unless we have another COVID or something like it, or sneakers, or they do something, reinvent themselves, I'm going to think that Foot Locker goes bankrupt. That's what I think. We probably need to have a bigger discussion about this. There's a larger discussion about McDonald's. Now, there's a larger discussion about McDonald's that we need to have too, that I need to talk to you about, because I went through and dug through McDonald's, and then I went through and listened to the CEO, and I told you my fear about McDonald's before we got to the ER, and I want to warn you of something. And I don't care about his plan right now. So I'm going to give you the general gist of this, okay? And if you're young, you're not going to understand it. If you're older, you are. There is a real threat. I want to talk to you guys about something. When we get into 2026, 2025 and 2026, right? I talked to you guys about Gropex, right? They're going to stand out there and they're going to rip the fucking clothes off of these companies. They're going to find out who's who and what's what. Now, there is a larger macro picture way down the road, like 10 years. Think about this. 10 years from now. 20 years from now. And some of the things I see some of these companies doing, I've seen other companies do in the past, and they did not survive 2001. They did not survive 2007, 2008. And I'm going to explain what those things are in a very simple way for you. I'm going to simplify it for you. So McDonald's, you have to understand that when you are ubiquitous at something, ubiquitous, you have market share. So if you think I'm going to go get fast food, I think McDonald's, right? Very important thing. If I'm going to the hardware store, I'm going to Home Depot. You understand that? Very simple thing. If I'm going to get a soda, it's going to be a Coca-Cola. Now, I like grape soda and orange soda, but if there's ubiquity to something, what is the best cell phone out there? Apple, right? Real simple, right? Very simple stuff. If you think blue jeans, what do you think? Levi's. It's very simple. I'm watching McDonald's, and I'm like, what CEO's like, well, we raised the prices, and that guy out there that's swinging a hammer, he's still spending $100 a week. He's just not coming here as much. But he's still spending his $100, and we're serving him less food, so we're making all this money, right? There can become an imbalance where there can be a momentary imbalance where if unemployment ramps up, right? So unemployment ramps up down the road. Whoop. Down the road, we have a ramp, velocity, and unemployment. In that time period where someone's eating less at McDonald's, they might be eating at, let's say, a Culver's. There's likely some restaurants out there with smarter people than me that know that people are eating less at McDonald's. If I was going to get into the hamburger business, would I get into the hamburger business while McDonald's was ubiquitous, charging $1 for a burger? No. I would get into the hamburger business while McDonald's had less visits, charging stupid money, and I would try to get 1 or 2 visits away from McDonald's and start to train this person to eat at my burger joint and pass up at McDonald's once and maybe spend a little extra for that better burger during this period right now. Why? If there's a moment where that guy can't afford to buy McDonald's and I've trained him in a new burger joint, there's a possibility that as McDonald's begins to try to backpedal to win those customers back, I've already won them somewhere else with a higher quality, lesser price, and I'm the one that is eating dog shit, selling the cheaper burger at a higher quality. I'm getting cut up in the beginning, but I will win when McDonald's loses its market share. And these are kind of weird things because you can't see them day in, day out, but you can see them down the road. An example that I could give to you would be Home Depot. They were competing with another company called HQ. There used to be another competitor to them called HQ. And you could see people begin to choose Home Depot over HQ more than the other. And less volume, right, in customers. Less market share, not in revs, not in fucking profit, but actual visits to these companies, visits, users. And I'm saying that because the zeitgeist in 2000 and the zeitgeist in 2007-8 was this company, AOL, is the biggest fucking company out there, right? There's Yahoo is the biggest internet company out there. They'll never go away. And under the surface, they were going away, weren't they? They had less users. Get it? So the profits are good, but the user base is slipping away somewhere else. So it might not impact profits and losses or revs right now, glaringly, but does it? Is there any competitor out there trying to steal that customer right now? And ask yourself that question in your own consumption of food in restaurants. Have your dining habits changed in any way, shape, or form? And I'm not talking about eating at home. I'm talking about your choices in dining out. Have you become more like, I'll try that joint out now. I'll try this joint out now. There's still an argument being astroturfed. Oh, it's not that expensive if you use the app. That's coming from McDonald's. Talking about you without the app trying to save a buck. Are you out there at all saying, you know what, I'm going to skip McDonald's this time? It's a little bit too pricey. I'm going to go to my local burger joint, get better service, and sit down. And guess who's stealing some of that fucking market cap right now? Sit-down restaurants. If you look at the reports from like your local Applebee's, they're telling you point blank. Even McDonald's CEO said that. I think he said that or somebody said it to him saying you can get a fucking burger with sit-down service for the same price in a Chili's or one of those places, whatever those Darden-esque sit-down restaurants at. You can get a Culver's burger for less money, better service, better food, gangster, for less money than McDonald's. So, and you got delivery too, right? Now you don't even have to pick McDonald's and delivery. You can pick fucking these other burger companies. Or what's the steak company that's coming, the sandwich company that's coming up right now? You've got, what's the big one? Jersey Mike? Is it Jersey Mike's that's coming up right now? You got D'Angelo's hanging on by a thread. Cheap franchise, but still kind of hanging on by a thread. So you get the rise of companies trying to kick the stool out of these companies. The reason I bring that up is because it doesn't matter today. But I'm looking at fucking Foot Locker, and I'm like, man, when they start ripping the clothes off these guys in 2 years, and you get the rise of other companies coming up, and what are market makers looking at here? Market makers are looking at, what are they going to be in 10 years? This new company that's coming up and about. Where's McDonald's going to be in 10 years? Is anyone getting a foothold in visits? Is anyone's customer base growing and this other customer base going down, even though their profits are high? So I don't think it matters today, but I would be aware and conscious of it, because I think in the next 2 to 5 years, you're going to see that dress get ripped off the fucking shoulders. Think about, anyways, just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind with companies like McDonald's. Keep that in mind with like your tastes, kids' tastes. You had the rise of Chipotle, right? I know they were owned by McDonald's at some point, but like the rise in taste preferences of kids. What's their preferences out there? And when they become adults, what are they going to be consuming and giving to their kids? Is it going to be McDonald's? Anyways, Foot Locker. Let's look at Foot Locker. So high time frame, I am very bearish on it. 30-minute basis, I'm bearish on it, though I am ultimately bullish. So we'll look at that right now. This is Foot Locker. Hourly basis, bearish. Daily basis, bullish. So Foot Locker trading $23.97. I'm looking for a pull down here, erase this whole thing, trade $21.91, and I want to see the trade to right here, $25, right there. I want to then see this back trade to right there, still right there, and then close the gap to the upside. Nice fat squeeze up here, $28 for the whole. You get rejected above here in the monthly trigger, in my view. In my view, you come back down over here, and you're going to roll up. Your weekly is going to come down. Your monthly is going to go just like that. And right around November, December, you're going to get blooded into the depths of hell. I think is that November? No, that's too soon. How about the 28th? How about the 28th you get blooded again? Let's see if I can get this one better here. 15th right there. End of month right there. Move that over. Right there. And a month 20th. PT May 31st, $30. $30. Pullback buy 22.79. 22.79 is your buy, and price target $30 by I said May, didn't I? First couple weeks of June. Next one, Palantir. PLTR. I've got no positive outlook on Foot Locker over time. Palantir, baby. Charted this one out. We said they're going to sell the news on Palantir. They did. We said we'd come back down here and look for a dip buy in Palantir. Let's take a look at it right now. Let's see what Palantir is saying. Daily trigger. What is everything saying here? It's saying buy the weekly, buy the weekly, buy the weekly, buy the weekly, buy the weekly. Where are we at right now? We're on the weekly trigger. Let's take a look at the weekly velocity on Palantir. I'm bearish. God damn it. Monthly's got good accumulation. Oh, boy. Ugh. I got this one as a dip buy down here. I got this dip buy down here in this weekly trigger. I'm going against my own look at the dip buy down here. It's trading $17 guaranteed. $17. By 17.71, you're going up. Weekly trigger looks like dog shit, and you got a ton of consolidation. You gotta have a crap ton of. I don't hate Palantir, but dude, this fucking stock. These assholes, they buy major lows and they sell every fucking high. God damn fucking Palantir, fucking meme stock. It shouldn't be. I don't want to hear that they have something tangible now. I want an old woman talking about Palantir. Price target $17.50. That's so close. It's trading $20.68. Don't diddle in the middle on this one yet. Can't fucking hold a goddamn daily trigger. Cannot hold a daily trigger to save your life. Oh. Fucking meme, dude. Let me go back to the 30-minute. Make sure I got that right. Hourly's down. Daily's making new down. I don't like it right now. Check back with me on Palantir. If Palantir recovers 21 and a half, possibly change my opinion. 21 and a half. It has to recover. If it doesn't, price target $17.50. Bearish. Fucking Palantir. Until it gets above $21.50, I don't want to talk about it. I don't care if this is the exact bottom. I don't want to talk about it. These fucking Palantir bulls, man, they lie their asses off. It's like Tesla back in the day. They lie to you. They're like, I'm a Tesla bull, dude. They'll buy $17. They'll fucking trade $30 and they'll be sell it. Fucking Palantir liars. Palantir liars. We need a new term for them. Palantir. We got two different Palantir bulls. You got trapped Palantir bulls, and you got bulls that know to wait. And then the Palantir bulls that are caught are sold into every time there's a fucking rip. It's horrible. The only advice I've got for you, Palantards. If you're a Palantard, I got a warning for you. I've said this in the past about Palantir too. Whenever you think Palantir can't go any lower, it does. So, you still have a chance of creepy crawly. I think I said get a 518, 520 call spread for the close. I think that's reasonable. 518, 520. Close it at 4:14 in the afternoon. It's possible you're going to crank it up, but not till the end. We're going to murder. If we go up, they're going to murder the entire fucking option chain, then go up. Murder it. You're going to literally murder it. I don't know if they'll go single digit. Well, so Palantir is a great company. They have major issues. There are two major issues. It's like a yin and yang for Palantir. They got a yin and yang problem. Their yin and yang problem is this. You want them to have a product that everybody knows. They are like an Apple. I'm not disagreeing with that. They are like a NVDA or whatever, all these tech companies. They're great, but they don't have something tangible. They don't have a fucking pencil that everybody uses. So you need to get them in the lexicon of everybody. Not you, Not you and your boys and all that shit. We need everybody talking about Palantir. Nobody gives a fuck about a tech bro. Nobody gives a fuck. I'm serious. Same problem Tesla's having right now with self-driving and FSD. You need you need Joan that's worked in a bureaucracy her entire fucking life in some backwoods suburbia in the fucking middle America that is driving a Tesla too. And she's not. She might have an Apple. She ain't got a fucking Tesla. So that's a problem. But then there's a second problem for Palantir. Once they become a household name, people are going to say, yeah, but they're a warmongering company. Right? They're a warmongering company. They want to build AI. They're building Skynet, basically. Now, their Skynet that they've shown is way, 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 way far away from reality. It ain't happening like that. A Battlefield is way, way more, way, way fucked up. Way, way, way fucked up. I guess if the Battlefield is completely automated, maybe not, but it's not like that right now. It will be one day, but not yet. So I have high hopes for it in the future. I just don't think that we're there quite yet just now. So, but you still have that Skynet shit going on for Palantir. I like it though, and I will say this for a positive for Palantir. They have a committed base of like a gang, like Tesla does. Palantir has committed, built-in proponents. You speak to somebody that likes Palantir, they would scream at me in person. If they were here right now in a room with me, they'd probably punch me in the head, across the head. Fuck you, Cap. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You don't follow it enough. You don't even know, bro. I know all the ins and outs of Palantir. I know it all. So what I would tell you about those people, that gang, that Tesla gang, I knew that Tesla fucking gang at the start of Tesla. I knew them then. I was a Tesla investor from very early on, and I know that gang, and I've had experience with that gang. That fucking gang is going to sell you down every fucking time. They're going to lie to you. They're going to tell you that they're going to come on here. They're going to buy the fucking $14. And then when we get to 30, they're going to fucking tell you, dude, we're going to the moon, bro. And they're going to sell right into you. And they're going to sell calls above you. I'm serious. And that shit's going to happen for years. And then eventually, Palantir is going to pick up some steam and it's going to crank. And it will crank. I'm not saying that Palantir won't crank in years. I think that it will. But until then, until you get your catalyst, treat it like you would treat Tesla in the early years. Don't believe a fucking one of these bulls. They're buying them as cheap as they can get it. And then they're selling right into you. Every ER, you saw it. We talked about it on their ER. I was like, I don't give a fuck how good their ER is. I don't give a fuck if people say their ER is terrible. They're selling into it. And they fucking did. And they're going to continue to do that again and again and again and again. Buy the lows, sell the highs on Palantir. Trust me. Go back and look at Tesla. It's the same Tesla shit. Same old school Tesla, like 10 years ago. 10-year Tesla. 10 years ago. But fucking 10 years ago with Tesla. Or you know what you do? You buy it on the lows and never sell it. And maybe in 10 years you can come out as an OG Palantir bull and you can brag to everybody, look, I've owned it since it was fucking $10 or $4 or whatever, $1. I owned it back then too. I bought it all. I kept accumulating it for 30 years and now I'm fucking smart and rich. I was smarter than all of you. And now I want 1 million followers and I have a direct connection to the CEO and he trusts me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We're here like him. He can be like, I remember all the OG Tesla bulls or the OG Palantir bulls. Yeah, exactly. And it's cheap. That's another good thing too. Let's be honest, right? Fucking stocks trading $20, right? Fuck buying calls and puts. It's dirt cheap. You just buy the fucking shares and then you just sell the fucking calls for all that fucking sexy juice on them, right? I mean, it's no brainer. Own the underlying, sell fucking options. It's like the perfect stock to do it. $20 fucking stock, $14 stock. Fucking money making machine. And it's dirt cheap entry. Dirt cheap entry. Oh, dude, you guys remember a couple years ago? You guys remember a couple years ago? And I was like, it's gonna keep going down. Then we bought it. I don't own it anymore. I've owned it twice. I think I've owned Palantir. I think Nino was there for that. Nino, were you here for that? I think Nino might have been here for that trade. There was a couple really good Palantir trades on real major lows. Were you here for the Palantir low trades? That was a long fucking time ago, man. That was like 2-3 years ago. It was easily 2 or 3 years ago that that have like bled. I forget it was you or somebody else. Someone in our stream was wanting to buy them, and we're like, hell no, it's just gonna keep going, and it did. It just bled down to the fucking depths of hell. I think it ended up selling at $14 or $17 or something like that. Did it sell at 14 or 17? AJ is saying what? I ignored your take and took the shit up. I've had calls all week. I had a hedge on Monday till today, and then I've taken calls 3 days this week. He said I ignored your take and took this shit up. AJ, you're rich, man. You should come on the show and run it for me for a week. You want to sit in the chair, brother? I'll take a week vacation. I'll go to Vegas or something with my money. You can sit in the chair and run the show for me. I'd love it. Oh, when it was at 12. When it was at $12. So AJ, do you remember when it went to $6 or something, or no? Or was that $12? Let's go back and look at it. Yeah, right down here. This is when it was right back here. $6. Let's look at it right now. When was I bared up? Was it back here in August of 20? Was it right here? Maybe I was bared up. Was I bared up right here? Or right here I had to have been bared up? You're talking about this one, AJ. Was it that one right there? Was it on first week of February? First week of February, maybe? February 5th, 2024? Oh, yeah, I was bared up there. Definitely bared up. Are you sure I was bared up there, man? Oh, yeah, it must have been because the weekly was heading into zero. Maybe I was bared up there. It had to be. The weekly looked really bearish. It was on zero line. Yeah, that's pretty fun. I would guarantee that I was bared up right there. I was probably bared up right here too, right? I had to be bared up on September of 23 as well. But I was long as fuck down here. I think I took 14 or 6. Yeah, I took this money and ran. This $14 I got out at. I didn't take this right here. I was bearish here. I remember that, AJ. I was expecting more down over here. Close that gap and then go higher. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that, brother. I totally remember that. I think, yeah, I remember selling 14 or 17 somewhere in here. And it kept going. It went up to $27 fucking dollars. So let me ask you a question, AJ. Do you think it's going to $17 or no? Do you think it's going to 17 or no? Yeah, I got the sell here. I got the sell on here. I got the sell. I said you'd sell ER, and I'd said you'd go to at least the daily trigger. But now that you're down below the weekly, do you think it goes to 17 or no? You think it's going to 17? Do you think it'll go to the monthly trigger? Oh, that is the monthly trigger. Hold on, AJ. There's no history back here to find out how he broke this here. The only thing that I would show you on this thing here, you see this one, AJ? Look at this. Let's go over and look at Palantir really quick. So Palantir has no monthly history here, right? But you see this low here in the monthly? See how they tagged it? Went under it and then dropped? That kind of coincides with that monthly, doesn't it? You see that right there? So that's the low. This is Beartown, right? For Palantir. And look how that monthly is coming back up again. This is bullish, right? Where that's bearish. That's bullish, right? Weekly's bearish. But the monthly is bullish. Hang tight, man. Weekly's not necessarily bearish. The monthly's bullish. Weekly's back on that zero line, just like before. Daily's bearish. So your monthly is bullish. That's good. Your daily is bearish. But your weekly is neutral. It's not bearish or it's not bearish and it's not bullish. Yeah, I would need to see something like that. Otherwise, it's straight to the depths of hell. damn, dude, that looks terrible. Ugh. That looks fucking terrible. That's your $17 right there. That's a whole drop right there. God damn. $17.57. $16.72. One, two, three, four, five. 5 sevens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. Oof. God damn. Yeah, I don't know. I have to look at this more. This is a straight fucking plunge right here. That would make more sense like that. And then you capitulation. You break just that one right there. That counts wrong though. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't like this right here. I want like a 5 count or a 7 count to get down there. Not a 4 count, like a 5 count. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe it's like quick down and then up. Whoop. That would make more sense. Well, the gap is a problem. So let me see what you're saying here. The gap is wonky. Hold on here. The gap is wonky. So you're looking like for like 5, 7, and 11 or something like that, right? Looks like 1, 2, 3. Should have been done. You got it, right? 1, 2, 3. Boom, you got it. Comes right back down for 4. And then 5. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, hold on. God damn it. Two. If that's it. 3, 4, 5. Oof. God damn. That one right there is brutal. If that's real. I don't know if that's real. That could just be the same one. Just be continuation. 1, 2, 3. Maybe the count is just the 3. It's just huge. It's fucking monstrous. Two. Bit of a breakout. 3 right there. Clean that up. Something like that. Gotta spend more time on it. Boom, right there. And this is an extension bullshit for an earnings. Yeah, it'd be 5 going up. This is just too far out in time. That's probably the best I could do for you if I had to think about this for a half an hour. Palantir expectations right there. It's got to be it right there, right? That looks like it, right? Bam, 2, boom, 3, huge move up. One, right? 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5 up. 5 up on the other side. This would be 5 steps right here. Show that to your Palantir friends. You'd have your nope. You'd want to at least close that. Here's your new base right here. Here's your weekly trigger right here. You'd hold that. Is this 2? Now you're above your daily trigger. New high. Boom. Get above that one. Failure right there, maybe. Right up there somewhere. There you go. Late July, August. When's their next ER? Is it July 15th? Is it July? When is their next ER? When is Palantir's next ER? Let's look at it right now. Next expected ER, PLTR. Next expected ER, August 7th. There's the 7th right there. Maybe stretch that out a little bit. Next to ER, right here. Did I move the whole thing down, maybe? There you go. Next DR right there. Dip by May 24th. And we'll do it again. You know what really suck? Is if you fucking just grind in here and then you get the good ER and they start the trip higher later. That would blow. Just ping pong down in here. Consolidate for the move up, and then you start this whole process later. That would suck. So I'd say buy the dip at 17. Brutal. Yeah, it's the anticipated, I think, is August. Sometime in August. Early first, second week of August. So SPOOs right now has gamma above. You got dealers selling into strength. You've got dealers supporting from underneath. You've got a shit ton of calls at 520, and they want them to go to 0. When all these 520s to 0, all right, hold on here. Let me show you something. So you got a bunch of gamma on 520 that dealers are going to murder. Then they'll let it go above after they murder all this gamma next week. Maybe Monday will go above, hopefully. Man, that sucks for Palantir, man. Fuck. I'm going to set an alert on Palantir. Palantir crossing down. Trend line once per bar. PLTR. Create. I created an alert for Palantir. I'll jump on that trade if it goes to $17. I'll jump on that trade. I got Palantir on my radar now. If it goes to $17, I'll buy it with you. Yeah, I got it set. This blue bar right here. This blue bar right here. This bad boy. If this bad boy, I'm going to raise it up a little bit. So I have an alert set right here. So if we go down there, I'll know. I'm interested in it. I'm interested in it. SPY grinding higher right now. Still no new high. 3:20 in the afternoon. Murdering options again for SPOOs. Are 520s at 0 yet or no? Did I say causality or casuality earlier? I don't know what I said earlier. I must be tired. What if 520 zero dates? Are they zero? Are they 1 penny or 0 penny now or no? $0.98 for 520s. 520Ps are 7 cents. 522s are 6 cents, 5 cents. Fucking 7 cents for 520s. Oh, they got the balls on them. They still have juice on them. $5.22 still costs 6-7 cents. That's a lot of money. It's a whole lot of money there. Why is so much money on 522s? They should be at 0 right now. Should we play some tunes? Mm, 522C look pretty juicy right now. 7 cents. They're only 7 cents. They're only 7 cents. 3:20 in the afternoon. Algos kick in. They're only 7 cents. They're dirt cheap. I want 520s at zeros on 520Ps, but they're at 6 cents. They're close. You want to hear some music? Music, huh? Play some music. Da 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 da. Play some music. I don't know, Mr. Play some music, huh? Let me see here. I don't get to play this one often. I don't play this too often. Bulls want 522 by close. 522, that's all they want. 522. We'll play an appropriate song. We're definitely getting demonetized on this shit. They don't want it on Monday. They want it
every time
today.
I look in the mirror, all these lines on my face getting clearer. The past is gone. It went by like dusk to dawn. Isn't that the way? Everybody's got their dues to pay. Yeah, I know nobody knows where it comes or where it goes. I know it's everybody's sin. You got to lose to know how to win.
Or do they pin it? Does this become yellow?
Half my life's in books, written pages, lived and learned from
a good track, right? Red's the alternative. You've got the pin trade. The most obvious trade for the day is a pin in here. Second most obvious, or second most high probability trade is up. The least probable trade is below 520.20. Or not 2020, hold on.
Sing for the year, sing for the laughter, sing for the tear. Sing with me if just for the day. Maybe tomorrow the good Lord take you.
Below 520 would be the least obvious. So I'm looking for, sorry, the music's all over the place. I agree. I see it now on my monitor. It started out lower. Jesus Christ, music. She's getting loud. So here you go. I said this earlier too. Your highest probability trade today is here and here. Your next highest probability trade is up and trade that 522.50. But you have to murder all the option chain to get there. So they're worthless, which they are at this point. The least obvious trade here would be anything under 520. That's why I raised this or lowered this. 520 flat. You want to see these 520s come in the money but not be worth a bunch of money. That's the point there, okay? Your least obvious or the least probable trade is below this green bar right here. These are where the buyers are. They've been here all morning, or they were here in the early morning. They're here at 12 o'clock this afternoon, 12 o'clock this afternoon buying. So we'll see if we get up here to the top. I've got calls on, so I'm seeing if we can catch this 520. I just want to catch 522 if I can. So I'm on the long trade into the bell. If you didn't get that at this point. What I don't want to see is rejection. I don't want to fucking see this bullshit and start heading down. Because then they're going to trap everybody in. They're going to pull you guys in. And we're kind of fucked here, right? That's why I got that red bar there. I don't want to see that happen. So we'll keep watching it. 5 minutes crossing the half an hour trigger right now. Hourly trigger is at 519.96. Not a shocker here. Showing a floor right now for the end of the day. We're going to play the rest of this song, and then I'll get some more jams going for you.
Just for today, maybe tomorrow the good Lord will take you away.
Dude, she's got a voice of gold. You should see her name's Morgan James. You can ever see her live anytime, or she's got a repertoire of music that's gangster. Now we're gonna play another one you guys like. Jesus Christ, look at these fucking bears up here. My God. Vic's going to the Hurt Locker right now. selling VIX on a Friday. Keep your eye on this 9-day VIX right here. You may want to be wanting to buy vol at the bell. Oof. Make sure you close your Morgan Stanley, your MS trade by end of day today or on Monday open. Rest in peace to Jim Simmons. He's out there floating off wherever he goes to live the rest of his life. Rest in peace to Jim Simmons today. You know, I'm looking at, there's a few mechanics going on here. They're selling vol into the close. Underneath the covers, Dixie looks, doesn't look extremely bullish, but it's like creeping up behind the scenes. HYG has some fucking sell action going on it. Some real angry sellers on it. U.S. 10-year yield is creeping up for Monday. There's a lot of like neutral mechanics, not necessarily bullish for SPY into the bell. The competing mechanics in the background. The only thing that I see for sure is sell volatility into the bell, but the rest of it is counter to the market going up into the close. So it's kind of a mixed bag here. I can't give you a call which way we're headed into this bell. Looks like there's a between Dixie 10-year yield. There's like a clamp on the market right now to go up into the bell, and there are some brutal fucking sellers above on Dixie or HYG into the close. So we're gonna need some magic dealer help to get up there into the bell as we close. We need the ramp from dealers. Outside of that, I don't know if we're going to get there. They could still pin this shit into the bell. sad tonight. Get the wife coming out with me. AJ, you're coming on the stream. You're going to watch the stream for me while I take a vacation. Oh, yeah, cabin. Johnny Mogs is on a lake this weekend. I'm calling Bork today. I am. I'm going to call you, Bork. You know I am. I'm just adding right now. I'm adding more. I'm at 200 fucking contracts right now. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I got 200. I got 522Cs. More? $522C. I want to see this like creepy crawly here. I want to see this whoop right there. I try not to drink anymore. Sometimes I fall into it. Sometimes I'm like, I try not to drink anymore. I'll drink beer and shit. I've never smoked weed my entire life. But I like it now. I'm always happy. The only thing that I don't like about it is it lasts a long time. If I don't, what I do is I won't take it early. I'll wait until too late and I'll be like, I forgot to take a gummy. I'll take it at like 9, 10 o'clock, and then I'm like, oh my God, I'm fucking high like for so long. Like, so I got to drink shit tons of water to get it out of me. I like weed because I don't smoke weed, but I like it because it's like you're high and then you're not. But I like the gummy better. I like the effect better. I like it for the pain and shit for the hiking and biking and all that shit, stupid shit. 341. It's either do or die right now, usually. 340. It's either 320 or 340. We'll see if we go up. I try not to drink as much as, dude, like the drinking. I'm getting old. Like, I can't do the drinking. Not a lot of time here. Not a lot of time. I don't like it when we don't start running by 340, so I'm getting a little anxious here. I got a date tonight, so I can go out there and take care of the wife. Actually, I got to talk to Joe tonight, and I got to talk to Bork tonight. So in about 45 minutes, I'm going to call Bork and be like, hey, man, I love you. Now, it usually takes about 45 minutes, an hour. So what I'll do is I'll take a shower. I'll get all dressed up, make some business calls. I got to talk to David AMS tonight. And I got to check in with people. I got a couple guys on Twitter that asked me to join in a group. And they were like, hey, man, you don't want to join the group or something? And I'm like, no, I just haven't been on Twitter. So I need to touch base with people on Twitter. Dude, you guys don't see a lot of stuff in the background. You really don't. Like, I got to do research. I got to talk to my friends. I got to talk to my family. I got to fucking talk to people smarter than me, been in the market longer than me. I got to talk to people that are helping to run all this stuff. I got to talk to developers. I'm still talking to fucking attorneys. I got fucking coders in the background. And then I need, I'm working with a bookkeeper right now and CPA right now. And it's just never ending. It just never fucking ends. I don't have the time. I literally don't have the time. The sucky part is the streaming is I spend so much time streaming with you guys that I don't have a ton of time. Most people don't stream fucking 7-8 hours a day, so it just eats time. And then I'm like, oh, I tell myself, I'm like, well, I'll do the work while we're streaming. And then I see your chat, and I'm like, I'm going to talk to my friends. I'm not gonna do my work. I'm gonna talk to my buddies and stream. I appreciate you guys being here every day. Every day, I love you guys being here. Love it. You guys, this is the community right here. This is the Discord, and this, like the 24/7 aspect of it, is kick ass. But it takes a toll, right? Something at times things give in the background, and it's brutal. It really is. It's fucking brutal. I'm hoping that we have that dog day of summer. There's a period, and I got to talk to you about that guy. Shit, I want to tell you guys something. I meant to say I've been writing down notes all week long. I got to talk to you guys about it on Sunday more. Please. The market is going to slow down as we come into Labor Day weekend. So don't get caught in that. When the market, you get all the news out, you get all the violence out, you get all the Fed speakers out, Jerome, the minutes. They'll front run that shit on. They'll front run that shit on you, and then the market will die. Retailers will be in the market, but the market will just become a ghost town. And you'll be like you'll be like, hey man, we got all this stuff going on. You'll be like, oh no, it's Memorial. When is Memorial Day, by the way? It's 27th. Let me make sure I got all this right here. Hang tight here. I meant to say this to you guys last night in the stream. They're gonna pin this shit. It's 3:45 in the afternoon. And they're cheap anyways. I think it's in. So next week we've got, just quickly before the day ends. You got to remember they've got 2 weeks basically of volatility. All the shit needs to come out in the next 2 weeks. So you got CPI next week, right? You've got Fed minutes. You've got You got the NVIDIA bullshit. You got like all this stuff, and then they roll right into that weekend. Do I get the weekend right? Let me see if I got that weekend right. Let me make sure I got that right. Yeah, it's the 27th. So just beware that you could see like offset of stuff in the market, and then the market will get real quiet until after the 27th. The 28th, the market will pick back up again. But some people take that week off. I think it'll pick back up on the 28th, but just note that you'll see a bunch of shit come out early before, and the market will quiet down as we come into that holiday. Let's just take note of that. Yeah, exactly. Crypto bro stuff, exactly. David AMS, have a great weekend, brother. You must be beat, dude. What time is it there? 9, 10 o'clock? What time is it? Long-ass week. Love you, David. Ooh. That's 15 minutes to 10 p.m. for all of you civilians. 9:45. Friday night. You're not going out, David? You're going to bed, huh? This week was brutal for me. It was a really bad week. Really, really bad. Yeah, did you see the guy's grinder alert go off on his pants? Was it his hand or his pants and his phone? Cats are screaming. Yeah, U.S. civilians. Someone asked a question the other day. They said, "Do you know what a meter is?" And it was on Reddit or something. And I was like, I'm going to go in there and comment because I don't know what a meter is, but I can tell you what 25 meters is, 50 meters, 100 meters, and 500 meters because I can point to it and show you where it is. Oh, I didn't know that happened to that guy. I just heard that a guy had a He was having alerts going off on his phone. Yeah. A meter is a yardish. Oh, just happened. Woof. It just happened on Eurovision. What did he say? You don't have to say what he said, but. Hey, Bork, what were you saying about RGF earnings? About RGF earnings today? Oh, fuck. They're going to grind this fucker down. God, the bitter fucking end. Calls are now 1 penny. Bitter fucking end. Pinning it. It said that they were this morning, but they're not, right? They're after work today, or after the close. Oh, fuck. That's gross. Come on, Spoos, run it up. $5.22 has got the last bid in it. The last everything below it is at 0. Yeah, like next time, just donate it to me. I can't. It's law of averages, right? It's all law of averages. If I give you my losses, then I'm going to take 2 L's anyways. Does that make sense to you? I got to take the L one way or another. I don't see RGF. I don't see anything about them having. They might have the report today, but I don't see any kind of a cast coming on for them. Am I missing something here? It says no upcoming events. No earnings presentation that I can see. There's still only 1 penny right now, my calls. Yeah, I got to take these L's. I was talking to a buddy yesterday, and I've had a pretty good run, so I'm kind of due for it. Not only that, though, I knew better earlier in the week to even trade this week. I shouldn't have traded this week at all, or I should have altered my trading this week. What I was trading, the instrument that I was trading. Yeah, dude. I talked about it on fucking Monday or Tuesday inside my briefs. I'm angry because I'm not following my own fucking advice again. Some of that's because I'm streaming. A lot of this is, you guys, on my end, I have a hard time. Not a hard time. It's just there's so much going on that I'm gonna take L's like this. It's part of trading. It's part of trading. It's what it is. I have to accept that. If I get eaten up on losing, let it get to me too much, it could really fuck with me in my trading. So I gotta get over it. Got to get over it. Door's open. Go on upstairs. Go on up there, buddy. I'll have the door open for you. There you go. Go on up there. I'm still long here. I bought them for 6 cents and 2 cents, 3 cents. So I'm in for fucking 4. So yeah, my strategy works. My strategy works really well. So, but I'm gonna take L's in that strategy. So I know I'm gonna take them. So like, here's fucked up. So yesterday, I had 520Cs all day from the open. Had them from the day before. Added, made money, made bank. That second part of the day yesterday, all those checkbacks, or is that yesterday or the day before? It was yesterday, I think. All those fucking checkbacks in the 5-minute trigger fucking destroyed me. I was so angry. I can't tell you how angry I was. Every one of those 5-minute checkbacks at the middle of the day. Oh man, dude, I wanted to murder. I wanted to fucking murder. Like, I was on a tear yesterday. It was like, boom, high, 5-minute checkback. Boom, high, 5-minute checkback. I'm just like, fuck me. I knew where we were going. It didn't matter. I was in the wrong tool for the job to get done. I know it printed end of day, but that doesn't matter. It was too much. It's too much. I got ground down. I wasn't in the right mental space. And I was like, that's it. I'm done. I'm fucking done. Oh, trading 2 and 3 right now. Give me a winner, baby. Give me a winner. No, it's awesome, dude. Dude, I'll tell you what, dude. I've been a more consistent trader over time using triggers and velocity than I've ever been a trader before. So way more market awareness, way more good big trades. The shit that keeps me in the market, way better. Way fucking better. The patience is good with the triggers. Over time, patience is the key. Just patience, more time. But, you know, losing 10K, then another 10K, I'm like, oh, fuck you. Plus taxes on 100K, you're like, okay, there's 30 grand. There's fucking 40 grand. There's fucking 50 grand. Now you're down to fucking, now I'm down to 50K. You know, and it gets eaten up, and then you're like, okay, now I gotta go back in for the fucking next one. So it's a pain in the ass. Like, leave it at that. You know, make 100K, pay 30K, burn 20 fucking K, left with 50, and then you got to go back in again and do it all again and not have a fucked up mentality so that you burn the other 50. So I'm at this crucial point personally where I got to get over it and get moving. I don't talk about that shit in public, so. Now back down to a 1 and 2 pennies. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I should have turned the stream. I should have muted my microphone. I'm disappointed in myself for cussing so much. I am. I'm disappointed in I wanted to actually cut that part of the video out yesterday because I was very disgusted with myself. But you're seeing the reality of it, so you get what you see. That's the reality of life, I guess. You want to see the reality of it? You catch it here every day. I'm waiting for the open on Monday. I've considered it. I wouldn't do at the money puts. I would do a put spread. I don't like this here. I'm telling you guys, like, see this right here? I don't like the sell until we're right here. I like the sell on 523.82. I'll be honest. That's where I like the sell. I'm gonna stick with that. 523.82 or in or about there. 523.53. You wake up Monday morning, you got a fucking green dildo up your ass. I'm trying to be patient with the puts here. But I do want to put some puts on. I do. I'm not ready here. I don't want to get burned. Oh, dude. So I had 2 days this week where I was, if we didn't have this no volatility, I'd be fucking rich. Not rich, but I would have had a fucking banging week. Banging. I DCA'd right. I entered right. I fucking held right. We went where I thought I was going. If you look on the chart for yesterday, if you look in yesterday's chart, if you look at a bar chart for yesterday, I should have been fucking rich yesterday. I should have straight up been rich. Like, filthy fucking rich. Not filthy, but, you know. So, like, look on paper. On paper, if you looked at yesterday's chart, I should have been filthy fucking rich. They were taking my fucking calls down to like zero, dude. Not zero, but 7 cents, 6 cents, 11 cents all fucking day. Every time they'd run up, they'd run right back down. Run up, run them right back down. I'm at zero now. That was fucking brutal. That was fucking brutal yesterday. Absolutely fucking brutal for me. Those fucking calls should have been like if that was a normal day yesterday, those calls would have been $1.30 or 50 minimum. I would have sold at like 2:30 in the afternoon. And I would have made like 500-600%. Would have been fucking rad. So, yeah, that's what it is, right? Bad week. I just lost another fucking half a fucking stack of high society or so, maybe more. Maybe the whole stack of high society. Okay, so I will see you guys on Monday at 9:30. You guys, the brief that you have from last night is still valid into Monday and Tuesday. That brief is still valid. We've traded everything we expected to trade. We are at the exactly touch grass. We are at the pullback. Right? I've got us going. I had us going where? If you go back and look at the brief, I told you we're going to go up here. Bam. Right? Told you we come back down to the hourly trigger, and our next stop should be up here. And then we would actually fail somewhere in here. Bam. Get a failure, and then blood down into next week, later in week. Here, let me see if I got this right here. Whoop. Hold on here. Let me just clear it and show you what I had last night. So none of this has changed. All the same. I don't believe that you break through. Personally, I think they're going to try to reject you. If I was a seller, I would be waiting here to sell down on you, and I would also likely be trying to sell you down right here. Right? So you see it right there? And then this is the one that you broke above today. Whoop. So at the close yesterday, I had you going up and breaking this one, but failing this one. Coming back down here, one more stab at it. Right? You come right down here. Whoop. Right to there. One more stab for Monday. This support would give you a little bit more. Actually, I had it like this. Had it more like this. Now I remember. So you've got daily trigger coming up over the weekend, right? Up here, bam. And you got the roll down right here, wham. See it now? Failure. First part of support, roll down, bam, slam through. Ricochet above, right? Now you need this, don't you? You need to come back up here and reclaim that hourly. What you don't want to have is a failure, do you? Woof. Beartown over there. But right now, your daily velocity is really good. Your hourly velocity is a little over sold. It needs to come down. Cool its jets. So the move is higher to all-time highs at some point next week or into end of month. But I do foresee you got even on my bearish post this week, I told you the move is higher, and it was higher. We did resolve to the upside, even though this looked extremely bearish. Early week, still took. I remember I drew that post for you and said, if we do this one, you're going downtown to 3,800. And right on the opening bell, they said, fuck you, we're going up. So they chose the upside move. Buyers are still here. I don't think you break through this because you need the daily trigger to help you out. You actually need that, and you're going to need the hourly trigger to finally break through this shit so that you can have something. Comes back down here, right? And then we're off and running to 530. There's your 530 right over there. That's the path. And you'll have some kind of, and I'll talk to the bears about what they're looking for. You already know the sellers are going to try to swoop in here. And, if you're a bear, you're looking for, I guess this could be compressed a little bit. This drawing could be like down here and down there, and then up here. I'm drawing this pretty loose and fast. I'm doing this in like 2 minutes. Anyways, check your brief from yesterday. It's valid into still today. It's valid into next week. And then a recovery and all-time highs you should have end of week. I would assume by the time the gang gets back on the 28th, by the time Wall Street comes back to work, they'll be angry at you. They'll say, what the fuck did you do to my market? Why are you at 530? Sell that shit down. And we'll start this process at $5,000 over again. And then we're going to go attack 550, 560. All right. I'll talk to you guys on Monday. I want you all to have a wonderful weekend. Don't get in trouble. Don't get arrested. Be nice. Get rested up. We still have another busy week ahead next week. Don't forget, we got some vacation coming up with Memorial Day for most of you. And then What do we got? We'll have the lazy days of summer. We have probably 2 more corrections coming for the year. So if you're a bear, I do expect us to continue to tee off on 5,000. This general area should be a base of support for bulls to attack 530, to attack 550, and then a major correction to the downside right over there. Something like that. These bears are like, no, Cap, we want it down here, then up there, then down there. But I think you're going to hold this. I think that's a bull's domain right there. Right in here. One big push up there, one big push up there, one big push up there. You get your 520, you get your 530, and you get your 550. It's all this shit down here that sucks. Okay? See it now? Do you see it now? You see it now? Been talking about this since fucking March, right? Oof. Right there, 530. Maybe that weekly will be right about there. That's 500, right? See that weekly trigger? Bam. 550. Some of you are going to say 540, but I'm going to give you the extension to 550. And then we're going to go downtown, baby. Going downtown to 480. Clean that whole 480 up. See it now? See that monthly trigger? Late summer. Late summer. May, June, July, August, mid-September. Bloodbath. There's your bloodbath in mid-September right there to the monthly trigger. Pretty gnarly, right? 450, 470, 480, extension down. Come back for the election. They're going to tell you that the market's going to crash. And we're going to make a run into winter and spring for 6,000. 6,000. Way up here. Way, way, way up there, baby. Whoop. See it now? Bloodbath it down, come right back in. I thought we were going to crash for the election, Cap. Nope. Election boom, December, January, February, March. You top of the market, Dad. We haven't hit 530 yet. We hit 520. There's your 530. There's your 550. Now, this could go to an extension, too. There's 560. There's an extension down to you over there. Try to shake you bulls, bears out up here. Try to shake you bears out over there, and then woof. Straight fucking shot. I mean, epic. Epic trade. Epic fucking trade. It's a gorgeous fucking trade right there. All right. 2025 lows, I just gave it to you. 2025 low is going to be between likely 480, extension down to 450, possibly 440 at the worst. This is going to be probably your election doom sometime in mid-September. And you're going to get everybody's going to tell you that the election uncertainty, and then they're going to run it up on you. There's a bunch of work in there still. You come up there, and then you come up there, and you come up there, come up there. This run right here is going to be fucking melt your face off. That run right there is going to fuck you up. It's going to be fucking gnarly. And I can't wait to see it. Right there. I can't wait to see it. Fucking gnarly. It's going to be fucking gnarly. Here's how you get your 580 and 680. If you get your extension up here, that thing goes right there to 600. Don't get your extension, 580 for end of year, March. Anyways. Later, boys and girls.